Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started shortly. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10:07. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the January 16, 2025 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I want to quickly provide guidance to those who want to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. A few of you may have already submitted forms electronically, but for anyone else who may wish to testify before the Plan Commission, please fill out the sheets located on the table where you enter the room. Please include your name, address, if you're for or against the proposal, and if you're here representing yourself or an organization. Please hand your sheets to one of the staff members. People who have completed forms will be called on after each item is presented. Thank you. Out of respect for other speakers, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please line up at the microphone behind me and to my left in the order that I call your name, and please do not repeat comments that have already been made by previous speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of staff or the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be asked to leave the council chambers, or if necessary, may be escorted out by security. We will now call the roll. Commissioner Barclay? Not here. Commissioner Boatright? Thank you. Commissioner Brooks? Not here. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Burnett? Thank you. Commissioner Carney? Not here. Commissioner Castañeda? Thank you. Commissioner Dowell? Thank you. Commissioner Escareño? Not here. Commissioner Flores? Here. Commissioner Johnson? Here. Commissioner Cadaquia? Not here. Commissioner La Espada?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Lyons? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Piñero?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Not here. Commissioner Cicho Lopez? Not here. Commissioner Esposado? Not here. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. And Commissioner Villegas? Not here. We will now approve the minutes from the December 19, 2024 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's hearing. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on December 19, 2024? Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Boatright. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Tillman. Motion passes. We have one item for which the applicant has requested a deferral. The item seeking the deferral is listed as D5 on the agenda. A proposed amendment to institutional residential plan development number 1508, submitted by 2219 North Hamilton LLC for the property generally located at 2219 North Hamilton Avenue. The applicant proposes to rezone institutional residential plan development number 1508 to institutional residential plan development number 1508 as amended to allow the construction of a 3-story residential building with 12 dwelling units and no vehicular parking spaces. This is item 22227, and it's in the 32nd ward. Do I have a motion to defer this item to a future Plan Commission date?
So moved.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner La Espada and second by Commissioner Dowell. Thank you. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Burnett?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda? Thank you. Commissioner Dowell, can you confirm? Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner La Espada, can you
Yes.
confirm? Thank you. Commissioner Lyons? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Piñero?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Motion passes. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Villegas is here. And Commissioner Cadaquia, thank you. Reminder, we will take public comments for the items on the agenda after each item has been presented. If you have not already done so and you wish to speak on an item, please complete a testimony slip available at the table just outside of the room. The staff members are available to assist if needed and will collect the forms from you. Please note, item D5 has been deferred from the agenda. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and/or the Chicago Zoning Ordinance. The first item today is listed as D1, a proposed amendment to Stadium Plan Development Number 522, submitted by United Center Joint Venture for the property generally located at 1901 West Madison Street. The applicant proposes to rezone the site from Stadium Plan Development Number 522, Residential Plan Development Number 1077, RT4, RM5, B13, B13 and B3-3, C1-2 and C1-3, first to C2-5. And then to Stadium Residential Business Plan Development Number 522 as amended. The proposed plan development would allow phase redevelopment of the property with up to 9,463 dwelling units, 1,309 hotel rooms, commercial space, other related uses, and open space. The maximum allowable height is 660 feet with a maximum FAR of 5.0. Phase 1 in subarea A includes the construction of 2 parking structures, a 6,000-seat music hall, a 233-room hotel, ground floor retail, and open space. This item is number 22535, and it's in the 27th Ward. Louis Clayton will provide the context overview and present a proposed plan. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairwoman Flores and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Louis Clayton with the Department of Planning and Development. The subject property is generally located at 1901 West Madison Street in the near west side area and the 27th Ward. The applicant, United Center Joint Venture, and their development team appear here today for the purpose of requesting approval of a planned development permitting the phase redevelopment of the subject property. This request has been submitted as a mandatory planned development, which is required for developments with a C-5 zoning designation involving entertainment and sports, spectator sports uses with over 1,000 seats, buildings over 80 feet in height, or 100 or more dwelling units. The near west side has grown 19.5% since 2010, outpacing the city's overall growth of 1%. The near west side has a higher percentage of white and Asian residents, with a smaller percentage of Hispanic and Black residents compared to the city overall. Residents tend to be younger and live in smaller households, and the median household income and educational attainment in the near west side are both above city average. The site is anchored by the 23,500 seat United Center, attached office building, and the Advocate Center training facility for the Chicago Bulls. The remaining area within the proposed PD boundaries consists of surface parking lots. The surrounding area consists mainly of vacant land, multifamily residential, and institutional uses. Buildings adjacent to the site boundaries have heights ranging from 30 feet to 215 feet. Here's another view of the site and its surroundings from the northeast, looking southwest. PD 522 was adopted in 1991, has a net site area of 42 acres, and is generally bounded by Paulina Street on the east, Washington Boulevard on the north, Sealy Avenue on the west, and Adams Street on the south. The proposed expanded plan development boundaries increase the net site area of the PD to 57 acres. The surrounding zoning districts consist mainly of RT4, Residential 2-flat, Townhouse and Multi-Unit District, RM5, Residential Multi-Unit District, B1-2 and B1-3, Neighborhood Shopping District, B3-1, Community Shopping District, C1-2 and C1-3, Neighborhood Commercial District, and Plan Development. The property is designated as a transit-served location for being located within 2,640 feet of the Damon Station on the Green Line and the Illinois Medical District Station on the Blue Line, and within 1,320 feet of the number 20 Madison and number 50 Damon bus lines. The area surrounding the United Center includes a variety of community assets, including academic institutions like Chicago Bulls Prep, Malcolm X College, Brown STEM Magnet School, and Rush University, entertainment venues like Fifth Third Arena, medical facilities like Rush Hospital, and housing developments like Henry Horner Homes. At this point, I'll turn it over to Katie Janke-Dale with the applicant team to discuss the proposed plan development on the subsequent slides.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Katie Janke-Dale with the law firm of DLA Piper, and along with my colleague, Rich Clowder, we represent the applicant for this matter, United Center Joint Venture. Joined today by many members of the team. Up here with me, Terry Savarese from the United Center, Sarah Gunderan with the Blackhawks Foundation, Richard Peterson from Rios, Matt Grunbaum, from Field Operations, Brad McCauley from Site Design, both with our landscape team, and Sarah Disney-Helfie with Sam Schwartz-Thielen, our traffic engineer. As shown on the slide up on the screen, this has been a robust community process, which included a community-wide meeting held last August, and then smaller meetings, listening sessions with the groups shown on the right-hand side of the screen. This resulted in a robust community plan that Terry will go through later in the presentation. With that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Terry to talk about a little bit more about the overall vision and history of the site. Terry.
Good morning. Again, for the record, Terry Savarese, Executive Vice President and CEO of the United Center. On behalf of the United Center and its owners, thank you for the opportunity to present the 1901 project. We are neighbors. We are long-term members of the community. We're two families that have lived on the west side for over 90 years. We hope to be here for many generations to come. We believed in the west side of Chicago in the late 1980s as we first began to develop the plans to build the United Center. We believed in the west side of Chicago in the mid-90s when we helped to bring the 1996 Democratic National Convention to Chicago. Hard to believe we did that a second time, but we did last summer. We believe as we continue to invest in our facilities, over $1.2 billion of private development on the west side of Chicago to date, and we continue to believe today. A major portion of the United Center's mission over the past 30 years has been to further community commitments with strategic investment and partnership. We believe the 1901 project is the perfect means to bring this agenda to new generations. The project is not an entertainment district. It doesn't come with gates, doesn't come with admission fees just merely to walk onto the campus. We've all seen those before across the country. The 1901 project is a neighborhood. It is one with resources, with energy, with vibrancy, and with opportunity. Remember, we will continue to live alongside our neighbors as this project comes to life. So what that means is our goals and the community goals and the city goals really are all the same. We all want this to be something special and a large success and a large opportunity base. So what does that mean to us and to our owners? Really three goals. One is what we call the cultivation of next generation growth, and that is both within our ownership group and within the community. It's a promise to continue our investment in the west side, not just in the buildings, but in the people as well. And it's the development of what we call a neighborhood of choice, one that promotes growth that is all of these things, inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. So just a quick summary of the project. You're going to hear a lot of these details with the team behind us here in a few minutes. For 30 years, the United Center has served as an economic engine for the city and for the state. In our first phase, we proposed a 6,000-seat music hall that's going to allow us not only to continue to bring major events to the city of Chicago, but allows us to better serve the community. A facility that is smaller in scale allows us to put smaller community-oriented events within it. Over our various phases, you'll see the potential for large impacts in the area of residential, commercial, hotel, and retail development. But of course, the centerpiece of the plan is the creation of a 25 acres of open green space for the public. More on all that in a moment. You've been introduced to the team. It's a very talented group. This is my 44th year of doing this. This is as talented of a group as I've ever had the pleasure to work with. There's another 100+ people behind them working very hard, and there are many more in the community working alongside to bring this to life. So let's start with Richard Peterson from Rios. He's going to walk through the vision, and I'll be back up here in a little bit.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you to the commission for the time here. For the record, my name is Richard Peterson. I'm a senior project director with Rios Architects. And I have the distinct pleasure of walking you through some of the aspects of the design of the master plan and also of sub-area A. So a few key things about the overall master plan. The site really exists at the nexus of multiple different neighborhoods here on the west side. And what the master plan seeks to do is really be the connective tissue that stitches all of these neighborhoods together. At its core center, the driving idea was that to create a new central iconic elevated park that matches the grandeur of those that Chicago is so well known for. That led us to really start thinking about the master plan in two distinct zones. The inner ring, which is defined by this elevated park, and the outer ring, which is more traditional development that is that connective tissue to the adjacent surrounding neighborhoods. From an overall density and massing standpoint, it's really responding to the existing context. Most of the height and density of the development is focused more towards the east with the ever-expanding Fulton Market that is frankly almost at Ogden. The rest of the density and height is depressed around the United Center in the center and more to the north and to the west as it begins to integrate with the lower-rise residential communities. The overall master plan is broken down into 6 sub-areas. Right now, we have a preliminary projection of 10 to 15 years of full fruition. Each one of these sub-areas will be phased over time, but they are subject to future site plan approval and could potentially change depending on market influences. We're going to spend a little bit more time today talking about sub-area A, which is the one that you see here in blue, which is the first phase of the inner ring. Wanted to clarify as we get more into details of the inner ring, really the kind of driving concept of the areas directly surrounding the United Center. What's lacking there today, frankly, is a human scale. It is surrounded by a sea of parking lots. And so the strategy for the inner ring is to re-inject an urban fabric that is at a human scale and leverages both the materiality, the rhythm, and the scale of the previous townhouses that used to be formerly on site. Beyond that, we want to open up the ground floor plane, make it as activated, porous, and inviting as possible. And once we create this landform, drape a park on top of the roof here that connects the ground plane with the sky. So Matt's going to walk you through some more detail of the public realm.
Thanks, Richard. For the record, my name is Matt Grunbaum, Associate Partner at Field Operations. We're looking after the public realm design on this site, and just like to thank all the commissioners and Alderman Burnett for having us here. Just to orientate you, we'll take you down to the ground level, the pedestrian experience, and you'll see the plan on the right. The red dot is where these views are taken from, and the image above that is the existing condition. So we're at the corner of Adams and Damon Avenue here, and as Richard was explaining, the park touches down to the ground level. There's a fully accessible, ADA accessible pathway and ramps that lead you up to the public rooftop. Along Damon Avenue, we have a generous sidewalk, we have street tree planting, and we have a protected bike lane that Sarah will get into more details a little later in this presentation. Moving around south along Adams Street, again, we have another generous sidewalk, we have tree planting, we have at-grade planting that'll be lush, and then behind that, you'll see there's another protected bike lane. And as we move further around, we get to the South Plaza. This is one of the main public open spaces at the ground level. It serves as the front door for the United Center and the new music hall that Richard will talk a little bit about in a second. You come through this lush and very verdant landscape. There's outdoor dining. And when you get into the South Plaza, there's really a mix of open spaces that are designed to be flexible and really cater for all season activities. Moving a little bit outside of the site, this is the approach from Damon Avenue, as if you're coming down from the Green Line stop. You can see the Western Garage, which again, Rich will talk a little bit more about the architecture of that in a second. but above that is a large public playground that is fully accessible and fully inclusive. And as we move closer down Madison Avenue, you can see one of the access points, one of the many access points up to that play space here along the street. Again, we have another generous sidewalk, street tree planting, at-grade planting and furnishing along Madison Avenue. And then moving further around to orientate you, we have the United Center on the left. We have a large walkway, which we call the alley, and midway down that is another access point to get up to the public playscape. Moving around back to Damon Avenue, this is at the intersection of Damon and Monroe. You can see the elevated park, and to the right on the elevated park is where in the first image I shared, is where you walk up to. Then you'd walk from that across a pedestrian bridge and then get to this larger playscape. At the ground level, we have a very generous entrance to what we call the Monroe Paseo. And looking further east down the Monroe Paseo, you can see on the right, we have these American elms, which are existing trees, which we're trying to retain. In the center are these half-court basketball courts. And then to the left, you see again, this kind of stepping down of the park down to the ground level, which are these terrace seats. To the left of that, just off screen, is an accessible elevator that will take you back up to the public park. And then if we tilt our head just to the right, this walkway or alleyway is what leads you back to Madison. To the left is where the basketball courts are. And just in front of us, again, Richard will get more into the architecture, but you can see the restaurant cafe spilling out into this park space, and then the public park space above, and another access point from Monroe up to that public park, the elevated public park. And just to close out on this, we did a quick aerial of the Western Garage, again, kind of showing the public playscape. The idea here is that this is a fully inclusive play area for a range of age groups and a range of abilities. And then just overall, we're looking at about an even split between the ground level public open space and the elevated public open space. And I'll hand back to Richard.
Thanks, Matt. So just to orient everyone, again, as Lois was saying earlier, the darker line here is the extent of the proposed revision to PD 522. The buildings that we're going to get into a little bit more detail now are phase sub-area A, which is phase 1 of the inner ring, located at the southwest corner of the United Center with Damon westbound, Adams to the south, and Madison directly to the north. Zooming into the phase 1 site plan, the way the buildings are oriented and they're laid out on the site is really around 3 distinct scales of public space that Matt was just referring to. Of the smallest is this north-south connector, this alley that connects eventually to phase 2, which is lot C currently. The Monroe Paseo, which runs east-west from Wood Street to Damon on the western side, and then the Southern Plaza, which is really the kind of the heart of phase 1. Around all of these public spaces are flanked by active commercial retail spaces, and of course the music hall, which directly opens up onto the Southern Plaza. Above this is this network of green space on top of the roofs that are connected across bridges across each one of the 3 sites. As Matt was saying, the Western Garage is more oriented towards different playscapes for children and people of all ages, with smaller, more intimate spaces on the music hall and also on the Southeast Garage. In addition to the public infrastructure on the private property, as Matt was alluding to, we are wanting to increase and enhance the streetscapes as well. As you walk around the site today, there are 4-foot sidewalks, there's 8-foot sidewalks. We want to provide a little bit more continuity to that public realm by introducing landscape buffers between vehicular traffic and pedestrian traffic, upgrading bike infrastructure, and also enhanced street tree planting across all the sidewalks as well. So moving into the Western Garage, garages aren't something that are typically seen as a community asset. And I think this project really seeks to challenge that notion by addressing the pragmatic operational needs of the United Center while also providing something that can be leveraged as the community needs. Like the ground floor, the center program is really focused on United Center operations with commercial retail flanking to the south and to the east. We do have some parking on level 1 that is designed to be converted to future retail once phase 2 comes online, so that all of this ground plane is active and inviting from the streetscape. You'll see highlighted here in 3 distinct vertical circulation cores that bring you up to the parking level above, and then the park on top of that. Getting into a little bit more detail on the plans, it's a 3-story building. One is an expansion of the lower existing loading dock to the United Center now, which is increasing their operational efficiency with trash and waste. On the floor above level 1 that we just showed is our typical parking plate. Then on top of that, we have our elevated park on top of the roof. From an elevational standpoint, this is where you can start to see what I was speaking towards earlier about re-injecting the human scale, drawing on the rhythm and the materiality of the townhouses that used to exist on site by creating this brick podium, 1 story that wraps around the base of the building that then is infused with this active retail program. On top of that, we really want to celebrate this plane of the park by highlighting this green swath that sits almost as if it's floating above this podium. And on each one of the elevations, again, as Matt was alluding to, we have these circulation cores, which act as these distinct, it's like urban wayfinding moments that are punctuated and bright across the facade and seek to, 1, orient you on the site, but also draw you up into the park. This is more of a detailed view of what the facade looks like, highlighting that brick podium with the storefront infill and that metal panel that indicates this plane of the park above. And then another view looking north up in between the alley, between the United Center and the Western Garage, and also along the Monroe Paseo, which will be planted with park at grade and also activated by retail space. Moving kind of counterclockwise around the site to the music hall, again, similarly to the Western Garage, right? We're enhancing the streetscapes along Damon and along Adams with new bike lane infrastructure and also upgraded street trees. Talking through the plans a little bit, this is the basement level, which is where the stage is located and the GA floor. Also to the west of that is our loading dock and also back of house operational space. Moving up to level 1, we obviously have our primary connection on the east side that opens up into the main central plaza. Flanked by that are retail spaces to the north and the south that anchor the 2 corners of the building, with retail continuing to wrap along the north side of the music hall. As you move into the west, we have mostly utility connections, service entries, and security entry for the operational staff of the music hall. On the floor above, we have our first elevated seating area on the eastern side that connects to this double height lobby space. And on the west, additional office space for operations of the music venue. And then the final floor, we have another elevated terrace of seating on the eastern side, and then mechanical space, roof space on the west. Moving into some of the architectural detail, I think something that was really important to us at the beginning is that this building be considered in the round, right, in 360. So many music venues just have a single facade, urban infill. It's really important that the design focus on not having a primary facade and a back facade, right? This needs to be experienced from the plaza, whether you're on the sidewalk, whether you're in the park, or whether you're driving by in your car. At the top, you see this is the east and west elevations of the building. On the western side, you can see this brick podium that sits and supports the music hall mass above. And on top of that, introducing some glazing for the offices on the western side and metal panel cladding above that. Eastern elevation below is our primary entry elevation that connects this grand lobby into the public parks, into the public plaza space, where the brick podium begins to peel back and create this moment of entry. The north and south elevations, the much longer elevations of the building, but I think really clearly show the design aspiration and intent of the project. We really want this building to feel as if it's growing out of the park, peeling up from this landscape. And this is done by a series of layered, kind of tapered metal panel bands. As you can see, this is a more detailed shot of what that looks like. And what we're trying to play with is a combination of opaque and perforated metal skin that can really be a dynamic facade that plays with light and shadow during the day and artificial light at night, and that come to life. Quick view of the overall massing of the building. The main height of the building is above the theater volume, which is farther to the west, and the building gradually steps down as it moves towards the plaza. What this results in is this really strong connection between the interior of the music hall and the public plaza, really activating that public space at night and drawing people into the building. Similarly, pulling back a little bit more during the day, and you can really kind of see from this view, they wanted this building to really feel like it's nestled in the landscape, nestled in the park. And just as a program in general, is a really great opportunity to continue the legacy of music in Chicago and bring the state-of-the-art theater to the west side. With the final building moving to the southeast, we have the Southeast Garage. Again, similar upgrades along Damon to a protected bike lane, enhanced street trees and planting, and parkway planters on the east side of Honore. Level 1, we have, again, commercial retail space flanking the plaza on the west and the north, and the Monroe Paseo, wrapping a 3-story garage. The primary hotel entry, of which is where the hotel program is located, is off of Adams, as well as the primary parking entrance, with loading and service off of Honore. Oh, looks like, yeah. This parking lot is serving multiple uses. Obviously, we have event parking. There are people that would park here coming to retail or eat during the day, but also people that are coming to stay at the hotel. The way that we've navigated these different uses from a single entry and curb cut off of Adams is indicated in this diagram here, where the red arrow, if you're coming to an event, continues straight into the garage. Or if you're at a hotel, you need valet service, we have a recessed valet off of the streetscape behind the lobby that allows for a quick exit out on Honore. Moving up the building on level 2, we have our first parking floor plate that is at the same level of the park, with an elevated sky lobby and restaurant and gym fitness space that supports the hotel program that also connects directly out to the park. Above that, we have our typical parking plate, and then the first floor of the hotel on level 4, which is our first floor of keys and back of house service space. Above that, on levels 5 through 8, we have our typical hotel key rooms, and the roof deck is then reserved for additional rooftop bar space and event space. Of course, given the very public nature of all of these roofs, we're strategically locating all the mechanical space of all these buildings on top of the roof of the music hall and on the hotel in the southeast garage to really minimize the amount of infrastructure needed to penetrate or dilute the quality of the public park spaces. Moving into the elevation, again, you can see this kind of consistent human scale podium language that wraps the base of the building, the brick cladding, infill storefronts. Above that, we have the 2 levels of parking garage and the hotel mass above. The design of the hotel is still in development, of which we will continue to have conversations with the city about, but currently utilizing a metal panel cladding system with window walls at each one of the rooms, and really wanting to maximize these views, right, east to downtown and west to the music hall, to the plaza, and the neighborhood beyond. The eastern elevations, we're moving around. You can see some of the parking entry on the eastern side and some of the loading. To the north, this is one of the kind of the primary connections up to the park. You can get a sense of how this fully accessible ADA connection of park from grade up to the elevated floor 1 level above wraps up on top of the building, and the hotel setback beyond that. And then the southern entrance along Adams, again, the corner anchored by retail space, the primary hotel entry broken apart by the garage entry on the southern face. Another axon, very similar to the western garage, again, wanted to interject this kind of human scale architecture, leverage a historic material to make it really feel as part of the neighborhood. And a view is looking westbound down Adams. You can see again that corner retail space, the parking garage entry, and the hotel lobby entry at grade here along Adams.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Sarah Disney Hoffey. I am the Vice President and Director of Traffic Engineering at TY Lin, formerly known as Sam Schwartz. And we have been supporting the project by offering expertise in multimodal transportation. To achieve the transformative vision that's presented here today, we likewise have to revamp the transportation landscape in the neighborhood. And for some context, the City of Chicago Vision Zero plan, transportation safety plan, identified that the near west side is the neighborhood that experiences the highest rate of crashes in the city. If you are a resident of the near west side, you are almost 2.5 times more likely to be severely injured or killed in a traffic crash than the citywide average. Accordingly, at Full Build, our transportation plans are seeking to achieve a comfortable and multimodal transportation environment, integrating the transportation network into the neighborhood, and prioritizing safety for all. I'll briefly share our recommendations, both for the project at full completion and in the near term for the first phase. Beginning with the streets that exist today, we've identified that some of them are excessively wide, which can contribute to higher speeds and therefore a more unsafe transportation condition. And so we are recommending narrowing the streets, particularly on Madison and Warren and portions of Monroe. We are also recommending high-quality pedestrian crossing treatments, including curb extensions, raised intersections or crosswalks, and exploring opportunities for shared streets in strategic locations. Signal upgrades are proposed throughout the area, including pedestrian countdown timers at locations where they don't exist. And we've developed a travel demand management plan to reduce vehicle travel, and we'll also be updating the event traffic management plan. With the space created by narrowing some of these streets and also the setbacks that Richard mentioned earlier, we can achieve some high-quality bike infrastructure, including protected and/or raised bike facilities along Damon, Warren, Adams, and Paulina, creating a protected bike circuit through the neighborhood, 3 new divvy stations, and amenities that will make this neighborhood easily bikeable, including wayfinding signage and additional bike parking in public and within building spaces. From a transit standpoint, we recommend a strong link between the proposed Pink Line station and the Madison bus to create good connectivity for those who currently travel through the area and will be originating and having a destination in this district, along with the amenities that make it more comfortable and easily navigable to use transit. In the near term, with the construction of Sub-Area A in Phase 1, we acknowledge that this is being built on what is currently a very large surface parking lot. So we assessed whether the remaining parking infrastructure could support the demand at a time when an event is taking place both at the United Center and at the proposed music hall. Currently, the utilization of the parking is below what we in the industry would call functional capacity for a large event venue. 95% occupancy is what we would call functional capacity for a facility of this nature. And even after completion of Sub-Area A, for the average size event, we would expect that occupancy to be 66%. And even at the busiest events, 91%. So we're within that industry standard. And then finally, the specific recommendations that would be built within the transportation realm in the near term include protected bike facilities along Damon, which would extend from Adams up to where the existing bike lane terminates, just north of Washington, and a protected bike facility along Adams from Damon to Paulina, a raised intersection and curb extensions along Adams for traffic calming and pedestrian safety, equipment upgrades at 8 signals, a new divvy station, bus shelters, and adjustments to the traffic management plan during events. I'll hand it back to Richard Peterson at Rios.
Thanks, Sarah. Before we close on the design, just wanted to note a few more of the urban design guidelines that we'll be in compliance with and we'll be instituting across the master plan. Just a few of which, holding street walls, making safe and walkable environment that provides an active ground plane, obviously ADA accessible streetscapes, and also parking garages across the entirety of the master plan. A few other points here on the sustainability matrix. Obviously, the new sustainability matrix came out here at the end of last year. This is our projected compliance with the sustainability matrix. In addition to all of those, we will be instituting kind of bird-friendly design guidelines around the project as well. As you can see from some of the architecture below, we're keeping glazing relatively low to the ground, minimizing reflectance in the landscape, but also still creating biodiversity within the landscape. Final note here on sustainability, this is our current stormwater plan, which is in compliance with the city stormwater regulations, currently utilizing 2 separate subgrade tanks, one below the western garage, serves the western garage roof, and one in the central plaza that serves the music hall and the southeast garage. With that, I'll turn it back over to Terry.
Terry Savarese, United Center. Let's talk a little bit about what benefits this project drives, but more importantly, how those benefits are going to play a part in the larger community agenda. Obviously, housing is a big and important piece. Yes, we have affordable housing commitments. We don't want to just limit ourselves to what we show on a piece of paper. A project like this in a community as dynamic as the West Side deserves a process that continues to evolve as the project evolves. You hear a little bit later from some of the community leaders as to what's going into place to make that happen. So for example, when we talk about housing, is because of our neighborhood and our relationship with Malcolm X College, is there a place for some student housing? We want to make sure that we have the opportunity to study and look at some additional things other than just a straight 20% affordable housing commitment. We divide these benefits into these three columns because they actually lead to what you'll see here in a minute as to how we're organizing the community commitments. A lot of pieces of this project, I think as you've seen, lead to a vibrant neighborhood, whether it's the 25 acres of park space, the transit-rich nature of the neighborhood. We think that this neighborhood can, be Chicago's next great transit hub. We believe that's important because that will help to promote and push economic opportunity to our west, which is something that we believe is a long time coming. Restaurant and retail options, not only is it something that is enjoyable for people who attend events or visit the site, but it's important to the community to give smaller operations a chance to be part of something larger. Again, we'll get back to that in a second. The economics piece is pretty easy to follow. We have very aggressive targets for MBE and WBE across this project. It's 32,000 construction jobs across all the phases, but in phase one, it'll be approximately 2,000. When phase one's complete, we'll be adding 1,400 more people to the workforce. On the collaborative programming side, this is really important as to how we're building the community agenda. We're looking at this almost from a grassroots basis. We need to educate as to what those opportunities are, train, offer the opportunity for that work, but we don't want to train and see success stories leave the neighborhood. We're looking at ways to try to keep those successes within the neighborhood. So if we look at the, that switch? No, that's it. That's it. So if you look at the, how these benefits work into the community plan, under economic opportunity, it starts with the training and the creation of the jobs, and that will certainly start during the construction process. We also, to support the neighborhood, we're looking at economic development funds to support long-time residents in the neighborhood, but also to promote opportunities. So if someone's looking for, how do I become a restaurateur? How do I become part of a business that's going to grow as part of this? We've got ways not only to recruit and train those people, we're going to help provide them those opportunities. The sense of belonging and safety in neighborhoods is, of course, important to us all. The pedestrian experience, a lot of the things you saw from Richard and from Matt are obviously important. We've also got some more basic pieces of that program. We are building a security center. We have the building. We'll be creating an on-site security center that will run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that'll not only support what the 1901 project is, but it'll support the greater neighborhood. Many times in our buildings, we will host community meetings. Usually it's on request, or if we know something is happening in the neighborhood, we'll offer it. But we want to provide a community space that truly belongs to the community. So as part of our music hall, there will be a dedicated space that the community will basically own, program, and operate as they see fit. One of the most important pieces that are going to help to bring our community benefits to life is the youth engagement piece. Now, a lot of this is run at the team level by Sarah and her counterpart at the Bulls. The great thing about them is they are in the neighborhood absolutely every day. Some of them, including Sarah, actually live there. So they don't need to go to meetings to introduce themselves. They know, they have a pretty good pulse as to what's happening and what's important. But as I referenced earlier, part of our success is going to hinge on our ability to reach out to especially the youth, but to others in the neighborhood, and educate them as to what the process is, show them the value of the training, and really show them a career path. Because at the end of the day, one of my definitions of success is not only, creating this new workforce that's neighborhood and or community centric, but seeing them succeed as various pieces of our project, but seeing them stay, giving them opportunity for places to live, giving them opportunity for places to grow, and to live and play as others do in other neighborhoods throughout the city. So with that, I turn it over to, okay.
Again, for the record, Lewis Clayton with DPD. DPD has reviewed the proposal and concluded that it is appropriate for the site. It meets the criteria set forth in the Chicago zoning ordinance, and its adoption will not have any adverse impacts on the public's health, safety, or welfare. Specifically, the proposal has been thoroughly reviewed by multiple city agencies, aligns with its C2-5 zoning designation, and will not negatively impact nearby developments. It supports economically beneficial development patterns that complement the character of the surrounding neighborhood and nearby properties. The proposal provides amenities suited to the scale and nature of the project, while allowing flexibility in use, bulk, and development standards to encourage creative and high-quality design, and it meets all relevant standards and guidelines, is compatible with the area in terms of use, density, and building scale, and is supported by adequate public infrastructure and city services. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application for a proposed amendment to Stadium Plan Development number 522 be approved, and that the recommendation to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards be passage recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. We do have quite a few speakers signed up to speak on this item, so I'll call the first 5. If you could start just lining up by the microphone. First speaker, Ms. Andrea Kluger, who doesn't specify if she's for or against the proposal, followed by David Sanders, who's for the proposal. Next, we have Kimmy Jordan, who's against the proposal. Brandon Basheen Sullivan, who is against the proposal. And Will Edmondson, who is for the proposal.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Kluger. I'm Chief of Staff at the Chicago Federation of Labor. The CFL represents 300 unions who in turn represent about 500,000 working people in Chicago and Cook County. I'm here today to speak about the 1901 project. $7 billion in private investment for this multi-year, multi-phase project is unprecedented and will put people to work and provide jobs for the community. We need to ensure those jobs are good union jobs for our communities. We're pleased to report that the 1901 project will bring significant economic benefits to the city, including 32,000 construction jobs that will provide family-sustaining opportunities for local workers. It will also create 7,000 permanent operational jobs that have the potential to ensure sustained economic growth after the project is complete. We need to ensure those jobs are union, a commitment we do not have today. The city is still struggling to rebound post-pandemic, with many projects hitting hurdles or being slowed or halted. We're hopeful this project can soon begin and grow good union jobs in the community. The CFL looks forward to continuing conversations with the United Center team on this project, and we look forward to its success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kluger. Mr. Sanders?
Good morning. My name is David Sanders, and I serve as the president of Malcolm X College. And certainly want to give honor to the Plan Commission, the chair, all the aldermen who are here, who I'm very well acquainted with. Good to see each of you. The United Center has been a partner of Malcolm X College for over 40 years. And for the past 30 years, they have been one of the greatest partners we could ever ask for. There are several initiatives that have come from the United Center that has impacted our students in a great way. For example, we have a scholarship program where the United Center has invested more than $10 million in scholarships to over 1,000 students. These monies have allowed them tuition and fees, transportation, food, housing costs, and miscellaneous and incidental costs. The numbers are actually larger if you consider that they could have helped even more students if not for some of the impacts or the restrictions that we have as it comes from education. And I don't have time to go through all of that. They also have helped us to develop and fund our sports programming at Malcolm X with unrestricted donations exceeding $3 million. Through their Fifth Third Arena, the Blackhawks have provided opportunities for our students to participate in unprecedented program to allow our students to experience hockey on the west side of Chicago. While many of our students tend to reject ice and the cold that goes along with hockey, the fact that these opportunities are offered to our students free of charge is unprecedented. In addition, the Fifth Third Arena offered hockey training programs, which my daughter took full advantage of before she tired of putting on the many layers of the required uniforms and protections, and before her parents tired of the weekly spending required to train in hockey. They also helped us to design and help build a state-of-the-art sports science lab that hosts pneumatic equipment which helps to prevent injuries to our students. They provided free parking for Malcolm X during the building of our new $251 million campus back in 2012 to 2015. And they were absolutely amazing in helping us. And I want to remind you that we achieved the LEED Gold status in Malcolm X, and the United Center served as an advisor on that project to help us and help ensure it was built successfully. Finally, Malcolm X College has become the #1 community college in the city of Chicago, as designated by Intelligent.com in 2023, and as evidenced by our tremendous growth in enrollment, which is expected to exceed 16,000 students this academic year. Just a point of reference, this has been our highest enrollment in over 20 years. And it is led by African-American male students. So I wanted to make sure that you understood that. But every demographic, every race and ethnicity at Malcolm X this year has gone up exponentially. And our growth is attributable to our programming, our environment, our focus on student success, and our continuous focus on maintaining excellence in the appearance of our operations, our aesthetics, and the beautification of our college. The United Center share our commitment to excellence in all facets of their operation, and if given the chance to expand, I am certain they will provide buildings that are par excellent and bring continued opportunities for Malcolm X College to expand. Is that a, oh, I'm supposed to stop. I'm so sorry. I didn't know there was a deadline. But listen, we strongly support this, and if you need more information, I'm always available. Just give us a call.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Next, we have Kimmy Jordan.
Chair Flores, members of the Plan Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Kimmy Jordan. I work at Bally's Casino, River North. I am here on behalf of Unite Here Local 1 to express concerns about the Planned Development Amendment at 1901 West Madison. I am born and raised in Chicago. I grew up in the Cabrini Green Housing Project. My father worked for CHA. To this day, I dream about being able to live closer to downtown like I did when I was a kid. To be closer to work, to transit, the grocery stores, the parks. Right now, I live with my family on 89th Street, and the commute from my job to each way is about an hour. I've got a great union job. It's still nearly impossible for me to find a place closer in the city. I've got about 10 years till I retire. I don't want to keep commuting from out south. When I look at the 1901 project proposal, I see a missed opportunity for hospitality workers like me I need. Affordable housing near the West Loop and downtown. And these developers say they're gonna build almost 2,000 affordable units. This will be great, but looking at the timetable for this project, those units are long way off. They decided it was more important to build a music venue and hotel first. I'll probably be retired by the time I get around to building those affordable units. That's too late for me. This project is supposed to be beneficial to the community, but speaking as a worker who spent years looking for affordable unit, it feels to me like the housing is an afterthought. I don't think this project should advance without showing the commission some more focus on housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Is it Brendan or Will?
Chairwoman Flores, members of the Chicago Plan Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Brendan Bashan Sullivan. I'm a researcher at Unite Here Local 1, Chicago's hospitality union. I'm here today on behalf of our members to express our concerns about the planned development at 1901 West Madison. The developers of this project claim that it will bring significant public benefit to the surrounding neighborhood in the form of public parks and new affordable housing. However, the materials submitted for Part 1 approval, particularly the timetable and bulk table for this project, raise significant concerns about this project's priorities. The bulk table for the project includes almost 9,500 units of housing and 1,300 hotel rooms. At a recent event promoting the project, the developers acknowledged that it could take up to 15 years to complete. Now, the bulk table for the project is divided into 6 sub-areas. Sub-area A, the subject of today's presentation, includes no housing, a 6,000-seat music venue, a boutique hotel, and a parking structure, the roof of which the developers characterize as a park. Dwelling units will not meaningfully exceed hotel rooms in this development until sub-area C is completed. Almost 60% of the proposed housing units will not be delivered until the final 2 sub-areas of the project are completed, perhaps 15 years from now. If there is indeed a public benefit to this project, it is a long way off. And in a city where today, even hospitality workers with good paying jobs struggle to find affordable places to live, this looks backwards. The Plan Commission should ask why the developers of this project have chosen to pursue Part 1 approval without a clearer plan for the housing component. Most of the planned development is currently parking, which means that this project will at one time entail a significant increase in area population. So how much additional city funding will be needed for local schools, police districts, and other municipal services to absorb 9,500 new households in the coming years? These critical issues should be considered now, not delayed until some future review. Our members need the Commission to take a more measured approach. For a 15-year project whose supposed public benefit is mostly housing, even Part 1 preliminary approval for zoning changes should not be granted without, at a minimum, a more developed plan for the residential component. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. You can go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Will Edmondson, and I'm with the Boys and Girls Clubs of Chicago. I'm the club director of the James R. Jordan Boys and Girls Club, located just a few blocks from the United Center, and I've been there for about 9.5 years now. Since the club opened its doors in 1996, thanks to the generous investments from the Chicago Bulls, the Reinsdorf family, and the Jordan family, the James R. Jordan Boys and Girls Club has been a source of hope and opportunity for thousands of children and families on the West Side. Our club is a safe space for our members after school, but it is also so much more. It is a second home where they feel welcome, valued, and empowered, where they can rely on caring mentors who ask about their day, share healthy meals with friends, and get help with schoolwork and explore their unique passions. We've seen firsthand the incredible impact that can be made when a community comes together and commits to ensuring bright futures for all of its young people. Through the years, our partnership with the Chicago Bulls and the Chicago Blackhawks has enriched our club members in countless ways, including once-in-a-lifetime experiences and programming focused on sports and fitness, healthy lifestyles, and academic success, just to name a few. As an organization with a proud presence on the Near West Side, we now know how critical these resources are to sustaining a vibrant community. The exciting additions the 1901 project has planned, like an elevated public park, ice skating rink, and basketball courts, will not only benefit our members, but the entire West Side, fostering connection and engagement. We are excited about the potential this project has to lift up the voices and experiences of our youth, to ensure even more have every opportunity they deserve to explore new passions, build new skills, and strive for success. I would be remiss if I didn't also mention the increased exposure our club will gain by being just a few blocks from this exciting project. With greater awareness and visibility of our community, along with the incredible partnership with the Bulls, Blackhawks, and United Center, I am hopeful for the new opportunities, resources, and support it will bring. As a youth development organization committed to ensuring every young person in Chicago has a pathway to the bright future they deserve, we are excited about the 1901 project and the endless possibilities it will bring for our children and teens on our city's west side. This initiative is an investment in the neighborhood today and for future generations. We are grateful for the ongoing support from the Blackhawks, Bulls, and United Center, and look forward to what's to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edmondson. Next 5 speakers are Jerry Lewis, who is for the proposal, John Bosca, who's for the proposal, Ernest Gates, who doesn't specify, for the proposal, Jamie Sculo against the proposal, and then Bob Israel, who's for the proposal. You can start.
Hi, my name is Jerry Lewis, and I'd like to thank the commission chair, as well as the commission, for allowing me to speak here today. My business is in the 27th Ward, and it's been there for over 25 years. And I'm for the project because I'd like to comment on 3 categories in which I think is very important to what the United Center is doing here today. My first, over 15 years ago, starting my business, I was invited to be a contractor on the site of the United Center. BQ invited me, and United Center invited someone, an African-American young man who had never, I was young then, but not now, who had never actually did the work for a large corporation. So that was very successful for me, and we were able to hire over 10 individuals from the community at that time. And that was over 15 years ago. I like to speak to it from a personal perspective. As the president of Malcolm X stated, I had a young 5-year-old that told me one day he wanted to play hockey. And I'm sitting here going, I don't have the money for my 5-year-old to play hockey. But I figured out a way to do it. And one of the things, the programs in which the United Center had aside, here's a 6-year-old who grew up, 6-year-old, 7 and 8, 9 years old, was able to go skate on the ice arena at the United Center because of the programs that they had. Having that kid went on from that, and he met Patrick Kane in juniors, and he skated around with Patrick Kane. He then was invited to Shattuck and skated with Jonathan Toews. So that history in my family, and come to find out, the United Center drafted both of them. So the bragging rights that he gave that young man, they gave that young man from a young age, was tremendous. And so that's from a personal perspective. Now, from a community perspective, and being in the 27th Ward and being raised in the 27th Ward, my parents migrated here from Mississippi and landed 80 years ago in the 27th Ward. So the community at large and the United Center inviting us to be a part of their program, not just now, but 15 years ago, and doing work at the White Sox Park. That process and that culture and that invitation to the community at large and to Black families at large is very important. And even today, we've been able to sit with the United Center and talk about some of those opportunities that they are looking to plan out. I'd like to thank everyone for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
I'm sorry, I have to follow Jerry after that. My name is John Bosca, Neighbors of River West Casino Advisory Council. Also, I'm part of the real estate committee for City Church. City Church has the corner of Adams and Paulina. In addition to that, because of my relationship with Jerry and some of the gentlemen here, I've been engaged with them and helping to address some of the real estate and consulting efforts that we've discussed. First and foremost, I'd like to say that the United Center, congratulations. Thank you so much for moving this forward. An incredible development at a very important time of our city's history. The way to really move the city forward is to build. We're Chicagoans, we build. We have a history for that. We have a history for developing new neighborhoods. Appreciate the leadership from the United Center as well as the families involved to create a new neighborhood. It's incredible to see the involvement that the United Center, those families have had. Jerry's recent testimony here shows that. As this moves forward, affordable housing, something that we hear that all the time. We know that this is a citywide problem. Even though we do lean on the larger developers to move things forward, we need to take the momentum and spread that across the city. We have a lot of smart people who are here, a lot of initiatives that are available, a lot of vested interests, a lot of stakeholders. There's nothing that we can't accomplish together. Appreciate the opportunity to speak, and thank you, United Center.
Thank you, Mr. Bosca.
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Ernest Gates. I'm the Executive Director of the Near West Side Community Development Corporation, and I'm also a lifelong resident of the West Haven community. 30 years ago, the West Haven community was threatened by a plan that would have destroyed 2,000 homes and removed the families that lived in those homes. The plan was a new Bears Stadium, a plan to destroy a community without consulting that community. That plan was defeated by the community. A year later, the Bulls and Blackhawks wanted a new stadium. But in their wisdom, the owners of the teams, after seeing what happened to the Bears, decided to reach out to the community first and share their vision. A partnership and friendship was formed that lasted over 30 years. So a year ago, when the expansion of the United Center was being considered, the owners again reached out to the community to discuss plans and how the community could share and materially benefit from the expansion. There have been several meetings with team ownership and the community to determine how best this project could serve areas of the community that have been neglected for a host of reasons. The result of those meetings was the formation of the 1901 Project Community Implementation Committee. This committee, comprised of residents, businesses, and organizations within the stadium impact area, will work with and advise the United Center on actions that can have the best outcomes for the broader community. So on behalf of the West Haven community and the 1901 Implementation Committee, I would like to offer our full thorough support for the 1901 Project 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Gates.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Jamie Shulo. I represent the Bird Friendly Chicago Alliance, a coalition with more than 20,000 members and supporters. I'm also a volunteer with the Chicago Bird Collision Monitor.
Can you speak closer to the microphone, please?
I'm also a volunteer with Chicago Bird Collision Monitors, a conservation project dedicated to the protection of migratory birds through rescue, advocacy, and outreach. Through my volunteer work with Chicago Bird Collision Monitors, I regularly witness the devastating impact that our built environment has on migratory birds. Our city's reputation for great architecture is marred by our reputation as the deadliest city for these birds. I'm here to oppose the plan for 1901 West Madison Street as it does not plan to provide adequate protections for birds. We are pleased to see that the plan includes perforated metal railings, which are much more bird-friendly than glass railings. However, we are particularly concerned about the front of the music hall and other structures that plan to incorporate extended glass facades in close proximity to landscaping. Landscaping near glass, especially when that glass is lit from within after dark, is a particularly dead combination for birds. The project notes that it is planning to incorporate bird-friendly biodiversity in the park, outdoor seating in front of glazing, and limiting landscape reflectivity off glazing as part of its bird-friendly design. How exactly will landscape reflectivity be limited? Planning to provide bird-friendly biodiversity without providing specific proven bird-friendly measures does not make sense. As an example of bird-friendly design, the new CTA Damon Green Line Station, designed by Perkins and Will, is just blocks from the United Center and incorporates a green roof as well as opaque pattern glass that reduces bird collision deaths while adding visual interest. You may be aware that in one night during the fall of 2023, 1,000 birds were killed from window collisions at McCormick Place. The resulting bad press and public outrage spurred McCormick Place to install bird-friendly film on their windows at a cost of $1.2 million. Since the film was installed, bird collision deaths at McCormick Place have decreased by 95%. Proactive bird-friendly design would have been significantly more cost-effective in terms of both money and bird life than mitigation. I ask the city, the partners of United Center Joint Venture, and Design Collective Rios to incorporate bird-friendly design in this $7 billion project. Your project can provide much-needed jobs, green spaces, and mixed-use spaces to the west side while also protecting thousands of birds and setting an excellent example for other developers. Revising this plan would not be cost-prohibitive, and the effect would last for generations. Our organization would be happy to help you develop simple, cost-effective solutions for your project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bob Israel?
Is it my turn? Yes, no, maybe? I ain't been here in a while. I had to come out of retirement. I ain't spoke to y'all since Ron was here, but I had to come, although I feel no disrespect, it's a dog and pony show. I know y'all gonna pass it, but I was told to come speak on before it can be on the record. So can the Chicago Plan Commission support a foundation of community advisory committee for the 901 plan? Can we expect a model for storm water management and climate resiliency? Can we schedule biannual reviews to affordable housing market? I just heard somebody speak on the housing. I know the housing will come in 15 years from now, but that's what they said. That is, okay, a housing market plan that the nation is monitoring right now. Can we, okay, CTA, okay, that's that. If y'all got it, if y'all listening, it won't make a difference. I talked to some people in the crowd, see a lot of my friends out here from the streets to the suites. So I'm in support of the project, but I'm still gonna put this on record. Because we have a lot of qualified blacks, ADOS, I don't know if y'all familiar with ADOS, that's descendants of slaves, American slaves in that area, which is the west side. Speaking of the west side, hopefully Burnett, that the south side can get involved too. You know how you be sometimes, I'm just putting it on the record. So experience the building, development, construction, management, security, cleaning, architecture, engineering, and other things. Just putting this on the record. We would love to be part of this. Hopefully I don't have to go to Derrick Rose. I see y'all, because I'm from Inglewood, and I'm talking about Inglewood. I see y'all celebrated Derrick Rose. I'm talking to the Bulls now. I see y'all gonna retire his number and celebrating one of my guys. So we would love to be part of this development, pre-development, construction, management, cleaning. You know, we just want to be involved if that's okay with you guys. Got a minute, but y'all can have that.
Thank you, Mr. Israel. Next, we have Charles Wilson, who's for the proposal, followed by Owen Pittman, who's for the proposal, Mr. Butler Adams, who's for the proposal, and last, we have Terry Young, who doesn't specify. You know them. You know them all.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Charles Wilson. I'm a longtime resident of New West Side.
Can you speak closer to the microphone, please?
Excuse me. I'm a longtime resident of Near West Side neighborhood. I just want to thank United Center. I've been one of the residents that have been a part of the meetings and talking about the community benefits. And I was very impressed that the community is being involved in a project at this magnitude in the early process on FOS Community Benefits Agreement. So with that alone, being a part of the process and the early process is something different from us. I'm fully in support of it.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Owen Pittman. We are, on behalf of the West Haven community, we are in full support, mainly because our alderman has been transparent and inclusive. Our owners, Terry, and the team has been transparent and inclusive. So we are confident and assured that union and non-union merit contractors will be involved in this project. 95%, 90% of Black contractors are married and non-union contractors. So we have confidence that this will be heard and addressed. We also been talking to these folks already, and we are confident that it will be addressed. I want to personally thank Terry and the team because I'm a product of the first phase of development, and because of their transparency and inclusion 20, 30 years ago, I personally hired and trained over 100 men and women over the last 10 years or so. So thank you for that. You know, that saved lives and did a lot for this community and built other companies. So we are in full support, and we want to thank you, and we look forward to working with you.
Planning Commission, my name is Terry Young. I wear several hats, but one hat that I'm very proud to wear is I was born 309 South Loomis. I went to Skinner School in the same community, and prior to some of the people that's in this room, we have a 40-ship relationship with the United Center. First of all, I need to say this. I want to thank the United Center. Unlike others that come as a business, United Center has been with us since day one. When they had the project housing over there, they was there. And guess what? They still here. United Center is a great, y'all not just no business to us. Y'all not just family and friends. Y'all everything that we ever started. So for some of the people that don't know, historically, our aldermen and several other aldermen, y'all took a big chance in tearing down them projects. We displaced a lot of people. I embrace the courage that the United Center got with bringing a lot of those people back. I don't care if it takes 10 years. I don't care if it takes 15 years. We want to thank y'all so much for having that positive energy. And personally, on behalf of 3 different organizations that I served in great capacity with, I started off with the Horn Association, and I was the Youth Development Director. And that place, many people look at me like I'm crazy. But the United Center, under the leadership of Howard Pizer and Terry Savarese, they took a chance on some young kids that everybody else would have took a chance on. What they did with us, we formed a company. I had no doggone job. They didn't give us no job. We formed a company called Act Maintenance, which gave us the opportunity to hire hundreds of people in the Henry Horner Project housing. And guess what? I went and met in the United States the other day. Some of them still work there. So on behalf of our community that we come from, over 40 years of service in our community, we couldn't have did it without the United Center. And I thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Yes, for the record, my name is Butler Adams, and of course I'm in favor of this project. I got a chance to go to the community meeting back on August 27th of last year, and I'm glad to say that not only did the developers listen to the neighborhood, they also listened to me a little bit, because when this project was first announced, they were talking between 5,000 and 6,000 apartments, and when the application was filed, it went up to 9,500 apartments and units and more than 1,000 hotel rooms, and I think that is great. And I'd also like to thank Alderman Burnett, because he has been one of the most progressive aldermen in terms of development in this city. His wood is on fire, and I'm jealous and pleased. I wish some of this development wealth could be spread amongst other wards, but I also know that many other aldermen aren't as progressive development-wise. Had this development, had a development of this scale been in most other wards, it would not be of this scale. For the past 5 years, just in this ward alone, I've gotten a chance to speak in favor of North Union, which is 2680 units, Halsted Point, which is 2650 units and 300 hotel rooms, Halsted Landing, which is 2451 units and 280 hotel rooms, the Salvation Army Project, which is 2269 units, 140 hotel keys, Bally's Casino, the PD 1426, 6,000 apartments, 800 hotel rooms. Now this project, 1901, which is almost 9,500 units, again, 1,300 hotel keys. So all those projects, not including Fulton Market, comes to about 25,500 units and 2,800 hotel keys. That's more than 5,000 affordable units. And again, had this been in any other ward, it would not happen. So I'm certainly looking forward to this being done. Since the Fulton Market Innovation District was approved, I've been hoping that the central area boundaries could be expanded to include, again, United Center area and IMD. And I've been saying that at this commission, you all have heard me, and be connected. Several years ago, IMD was upzoned, and now we have this proposal. Though the boundaries have not been expanded, I'm very excited to see this happening, and I would like to see more of it continue. Over the past week or so, I've gone to 2 community meetings. Last night for 1840 Marcy, and last week for the Old Town Tower. And those projects are so NIMBY, so against, and people are just so anti-development across the city. And this city needs money. This city needs affordable units. And again, Alderman Burnett has been very progressive. And I hope that you, sir, can speak with some of your other colleagues in terms of getting their eye turned to development, because we can't be against everything. One thing I'm curious about is, once this is fully built out, how much tax revenue is it going to generate per year? Because it is going to be a lot of money. And I hope that in the future, tax generation is included in these proposals, because it really, really helps folks understand how much money these projects bring into the city. So I'm certainly looking forward to it, and I hope to see this get built. In 15 years, I'll be 60, so get it done. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. And we actually have one more speaker that signed up to speak, Mr. Juan Calorano, who is for the proposal.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Juan Calajorano. I'm here representing a new organization called Chicago Needles and Construction. We're a membership advocacy group for contractors, and I'm here to support the project. The 1901 project led by the Risford and Wirtz family aims to transform the parking lots around the United Center into a vibrant mixed-use development. The United Center community, which includes the culturally rich Humboldt Park neighborhood, stands to benefit significantly from this development. The project promises to enhance the area's infrastructure, providing improved pedestrian experiences, bike lanes, and enhanced public transportation options. Additionally, the inclusion of affordable housing units will help address the community's diverse housing needs. The 1901 project aligns with the broader goals of promoting health equity and the community well-being in Humboldt Park. The recent opening of the $30 million Humboldt Park Health Wellness Center underscores the neighborhood commitment to improving access to health and wellness resources. Together, these initiatives represent a significant investment in the future of the United Center community, fostering more inclusive and vibrant environment for all residents. Like I mentioned, I'm here to represent diverse contractors, experienced contractors. The average experience of our members are about 15 years. They're union members. They're being involved in a lot of these projects, so we're looking for opportunities to have them included on the project. And I would like to get involved in some capacity, get our members involved in some capacity who can be part of this development as well. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will open it up to the commissioners. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant for this item? I'm sure they do. Who wants to start? Quiet. Oh, where? Okay. Who was first? Commissioner La Espada, followed by Villegas and Piñeiro.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentation. Honestly, there's a lot that feels so inspiring about the presentation. As someone who uses a lot of sustainable and multimodal forms of transportation, to see that so sincerely and thoughtfully reflected in this project is very refreshing. To see a commitment to thinking about a walkable, multi-use, multi-income community is very refreshing. There's a lot that I appreciate about what you all are doing here. I know that we had comments related to the bird-friendly design. I do feel like we hear that reflected here. I think that, I'm not sure if you're doing bird-friendly glazing on the glass for the music hall, but that's certainly something that the commission and myself would like to see considered. It's not even a question, like the only comment that I had was, can we go back to, I think it's slide 15? Or anyone that shows the playground space, because it's really, or you can go like up to the playground. Here's because I love the protected bike lane here. Damon, after you get past really like Grand is a very dicey cycling situation. On the playground, I know that we were talking about the desire for it to be useful and designed for all ages. And I think particularly given the fact that it is raised up, that is going to create an added degree of safety and desirability for this space. I would really encourage, as someone who like does have a 2-year-old at home, and I can imagine if she was sitting next to me, what she would say, to try to figure out not only that it works for everyone, but specifically how it works for those groups. So like I think about the nature spaces that Neighbor Space is working on at like Wells Park. I think about playgrounds in New York and Denton, where it actually outlines what equipment, what space is most appropriate for what age groups. To not only universal recreational design, but specific demographic recreational design. And I feel like we're early enough in the work on this that can be incorporated. But otherwise, like this really feels like a project that has been listening to the conversations that have happened in this room over the last 2 years and reflects that upfront. And I feel really honored and appreciative of that. My only question, maybe this is for Noah or for the chair, is this comparable to when we reviewed and voted on quantum computing, where the different sub areas are going to come back for further votes, or how does that work?
Noah Safranek, Department of Planning and Development. Yes, this will have site plan approval for all future phases as they come on board. We'll actually have probably site plan approval for the hotel component once an operator is picked for the first phase. And it has, similar to all of our other master PDs, the same checks and balances on all re-reviews, CDOT updated traffic studies, et cetera, included in the requirements.
Got it, kind of figured, but just wanted to confirm. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Villegas?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the presentation, and I want to thank the Wirtz family as well as the Reinsdorf family for making the investment in the city of Chicago. There was a question posed, and it kind of took my question regarding the revenue. How much property tax is currently being paid now versus once this is all complete? Just wanted to see if there was an estimate there around what that looks like.
I was just told by my partner, Rich, to stay tuned. So can we come back to that question? We're tracking it down right now.
No, absolutely. Whenever you get that response, if you could just share it, because I suspect that it's going to be very substantial, but.
Hopefully we'll have it today. If not, we'll communicate it through the chair, but.
Okay, perfect. And then I'd love to see the commitment from the 1901 team. Typically it's 26 and 6, but I saw that it was 30 and 8. And I just wanted to see if I could push a little bit further. Is there an opportunity to include veteran businesses as well? As you, yeah, so I just wanted to see if we can add that to it. Other than that, I think this is a great project for the city. A lot of foresight and can't wait for it to be developed because I think that it's going to really put Chicago on the map, and the fact that the Illinois Medical District's close, and it's just a great area there. So just wanted to thank the Reinsdorf and Wirtz for the investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Piñeiro, followed by Commissioner Dow, and then Commissioner Cadaquia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you folks for the presentation. Really impressive project. We heard some numbers mentioned that were in an order of magnitude pretty significant. Can you, and maybe this is a question for Mrs. Severis, how much of relatively speaking, how much of the funding is going to be private funding as opposed to government funding?
No, you directed it to Terry, but I'll take it.
Yeah, please.
Katie Jenke Dale. So all of the private improvements, the music hall, everything you saw today are all going to be publicly financed. We're in preliminary conversations about some of the,
Privately?
thank you, everyone. Privately financed.
Yeah.
We're in very preliminary conversations about some of the public infrastructure and how that will be financed, key of which is that Pink Line station. We're in ongoing conversations with the CTA and then some of the other infrastructure and open space, but all of the private improvements will be privately financed.
Look, that's, so that's, I think it's a fundamental point. I think it's very impressive. As it's understandable that the public infrastructure is going to be publicly financed. I don't think anyone should expect anything different. My point is that given that, and given the magnitude of the commitment, given the numbers that have been thrown around here today, it's remarkable, and it's also remarkable that the organization has actually made such a large and significant commitment to the community, even though that this is just a privately financed project and private development, that there is a commitment to the community and supporting the neighborhood and making sure the neighborhood thrives along with the growth of the project. So I commend you on that, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dowell?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. First, I wanted to thank you for the presentation. It was really very well done. I think what excites me about this project the most is that you're basically transforming that large, vast parking space near the United Center into something that's going to be workable, not just for the community, but also for the city of Chicago. I want to compliment you on the continued tradition of working with the West Haven community going back decades now, and that you're taking that perspective into this newest expansion. I wanted to ask some questions about the Economic Development Fund and the 1901 Heritage Fund. Can you tell me how you're thinking about funding that?
Terry Savarese, United Center. Commissioner, the funding source is all us. It's all part of our budget, if you will, to bring the project to life. The details of how those programs are coming together and who qualifies for that is what we're working with. Ernest announced the new name for the community group that we're working with, the CIC. Who qualifies and what those amounts are what's under discussion right now. But as far as a funding source, that's something we're going to be funding internally, much like we did 30 years ago with our original economic development.
So are you thinking about this as an annual contribution at this point, or a one-time contribution, or?
Yeah, it's shaping up as something that has to be done annually. And some of it is hard dollars. Some of it is providing an opportunity. Maybe it's a lesser cost of a lease if we're trying to bring a local restaurant group in. So it takes many different forms. So.
All right. I saw in one of the slides, 670 square feet of retail. 600, that seems awfully low given what I'm seeing here. So what's the total square footage of the retail space?
By slide 9. No, next one.
1,000. That's what happens when you leave off the K. All right.
It's a little weak for that.
All right, that makes more sense. Also, the MBE, WBE, I want to sign on with Alderman Villegas and his push for those numbers to be increased. And like to know, I mean, you've obviously spent a lot of money so far on pre-construction and on the soft construction side of the ledger. What do those MBE, WBE numbers look like today?
I don't have it, but we'll pull that for you.
Okay.
But the ability, how we're trying to build on those numbers is another one of the community initiatives that we're working on, is to how we look at opportunity, not just at the entry-level trades person, but we're looking at supervisors, construction managers. We're looking to build this hierarchy.
Right, I'm talking about pre-construction. I'm
Right,
talking
I
about the
understand.
soft
Right,
costs.
but-
Okay.
Right, those engineering firms and what have you, yes.
All right, I just want to congratulate my colleague, Vice Mayor Burnett. I agree with Butler Adams about your progressiveness, and we're all jealous of you. You know that, right? Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Dowell. Commissioner Cadakia?
I have to get a little closer to this thing. Yeah, I mean, I want to echo what all the other commissioners have said about this is an amazing project. It's privately financed. And the commitments to community engagement and development are really impressive, and really appreciate that. There are a couple things I wanted to ask about and a suggestion. The question, or the thing I like to ask about is, would you just talk through the logic of the phasing of why, why this first and other things second and other things third, from the sort of project development economics perspective. And then secondly, again, fully understanding that you are under no obligation to do this, I would really suggest, piggybacking off of Commissioner Laspada's point about the bird-friendly glass and also real native plantings. I think this is a very large, high-impact project, and in my opinion, you have the opportunity to really be a leader here around these issues. This is not a matter of like, oh, a couple of birds. This is a real environmental issue, and I want to characterize it in that way, and ask if you would really engage with that. That's all.
I have Richard answer about the phasing. I'll switch the slide.
Yeah, hi, Richard Peterson, for the record, with Rios. In terms of the phasing, I think, the real interest was to create a sense of place first around the United Center. Right now, as you mentioned, it's a sea of parking lots, which doesn't have a lot of identity. So building out this inner ring as the projected first two phases will provide that sense of place and start to tap into some of those aspects of community, right, by providing public space and the park. I will note that in B and C, there are 3,300 residential units slated for that construction. So there were some comments earlier about delayed residential units coming online. There are some in the second phase and in the projected third phase. As I mentioned in the presentation earlier, some of these are subject to future markets and could potentially change beyond phase sub-area A. In terms of the bird-friendly comment, I think from the design standpoint, what we tried to do, again, was keep a lot of the glazing primarily low and away from directly reflecting landscape. Obviously, this project has been intimately involved with the community engagement. Certainly, this group is another aspect of the community that we are more than open to continue to talking with about how to best integrate some of these potential strategies moving forward.
I would just, brief follow-up comment that people often mistakenly think that low makes it not a problem. That's actually very much the opposite. It's the first 100 feet or so that is really deadly.
Thank you for the clarification. Good. So there's obviously the reflectivity is a major component of that, and to ensure the safety. And there's various different measures that can be applied, whether it's through coatings or graphics. Most of these store frontages at grade are retail or restaurants, which are going to have their own graphics and identity applied. It's not going to be solid expanses of glass without any additional measures on top of that. So there's going to be continued details that I think released as we go forward.
Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes, just a comment and a question. Like many others who have spoken, really appreciate how you've actually engaged the community. As someone who spent a lot of time about 20 years ago working with residents of Henry Horner Homes, and with hopefully not enough people but a number who came back to Waste Haven. It's good to see this development and the potential of what is going to happen here to reach them, because they have been negatively impacted by change over the decades, as we all know. So I just want to commend you for actually, taking the time to really have meaningful engagement and outreach with them. A general comment just about the open space. I know that there were a number of places in the plan that are elevated, and just wanted to know about public accessibility, how long that will be open to the public. Will that be controlled by the park district? Just a little bit more insight into that would be helpful.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Katie Jenky-Dale for the record. So the plan development requires a development easement and maintenance agreement, or DEMA as we call it, which ensures public accessibility of the open space during more or less park district hours. It is currently anticipated it will remain privately owned, but subject to that DEMA, it will be publicly accessible. And that also gives us, it gets recorded against the property to ensure that that remains in place throughout the life of the development. As far as accessibility, we spoke extensively with DPD about this and included it both in the PD statements and the design guidelines, that there would be, we wanted to make sure that, when you're at the sidewalk, you know that you can get up there. And so we spent a lot of time with the commissioner and her staff, making sure that there's going to be wayfinding signage, as well as ways to not just climb upstairs to get there, but push a baby stroller up there. So that has been very intentionally designed, especially for phase one, and we'll continue to work with them on future phases.
Thank you.
I guess to follow up on that, what about in terms of seasons? Do we expect it to be open year-round, all 25 acres of the full development, or is there going to be different programming for the different open spaces throughout the year?
Yeah, it is intended to be open year-round. And Matt, do you want to add anything about seasonal programming?
Yeah, Matt Grumbaum, Field Operations. Yeah, so seasonal programming, the South Plaza, as you saw, we're looking at that being a pretty flexible space, so it could cater for the wintertime with an ice skating rink, say, and then in summertime with interactive water features. So you can start to get this seasonal change from that space. Similarly, we're looking down the Monroe Paseo. It could be a market area as well as basketball courts and so forth, and have winter markets and things like that. So there's a lot of flexibility, particularly at the ground level spaces for these winter activations. And of course, there's a lot of summer activations with the play space and the gardens and just the natural parkland.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Tillman?
Thank you again for the presentation. It is really great to see the commitment to the city and the development that will continue. So I want to make sure to say thank you for that. I did have one question regarding the bike paths and the traffic. It's great to see the renderings that show the activity and the pedestrian experience. There were some areas where loading and things of that nature, which understandably are a part of the process, but how do you maintain that safety for bikers and pedestrians at those areas, which were fairly expansive, especially along Damon?
Yes, Sarah Disney Hoffey with TY Lin. It's an excellent question and something that has been a really big focus of collaboration between this team and the Chicago Department of Transportation. There are certain requirements of the operations that need to be occurring, and there's both a physical element and a monitoring element that will happen. We have minimized the size of those loading docks, providing dividing islands between them, and also providing physical cues with the way that that space is designed, having the loading docks come up to that sidewalk and bike lane level instead of having the pedestrians and cyclists go down to a depressed level to communicate that. And at the same time, there are going to be individuals who manage any of those deliveries that are coming and going from the broadcast bays, say, where there will be broadcast trucks that come in for NBA games and so on to marshal those trucks into and out of that space.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Boatright?
Yeah, so not really a question, just a comment. I just want to echo what a lot of the alders and commissioners stated about just you all's commitment for deep, deep investment in the neighborhood. This is a catalytic project. We're excited to support it, but also to see it. You all are committed to authentically engaging the job component and just the open public space. Oftentimes at Plan Commission, we often hear there's not enough public space, and you all have just really been intentional about creating it, not just for the users, but for the public as a whole. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that and say thank you for your thoughtfulness tied to that. The other thing is I want to acknowledge what I've heard just around housing. And while you all have housing as part of your future phases, I think it's important for us to talk about the catalytic nature of developments like this, both on the site and in the neighborhood, but also outside of the neighborhood and the surrounding communities, and thinking about the complementary investments that are already underway. And so whether that's DOH's, City Lots for Working Families, or some of the market rate developments that have ARO units on site, this will absolutely add to that in a really substantial way to bring market rate units online, to bring affordable units online, and to complement all the other development that we have in this area. And so I thought it was important just to kind of acknowledge that, right? We're hearing the concerns, and those concerns are valid, but the thoughtfulness that you guys have with bringing those units online in near future phases, but also acknowledging, like I said earlier, all the work that DOH is doing, the concerted effort that they're making to make sure that there are real units, both affordable home ownership from my side and affordable rental, deeply affordable rental opportunities within the neighborhoods. It might make sense for the Commissioner for Housing wants to kind of chime in so that it's really clear on what else is happening nearby that will continue to complement the work that you all are doing on site. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, give you all kudos. Thank you for your ongoing commitment, not a new commitment, but ongoing commitment for this deep, deep private investment. $7 billion is absolutely a game changer, and the jobs, the construction jobs, the permanent jobs, and all the amenities that Chicagoans and near West Siders will have access to is commendable.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Castañeda?
I just wanted to piggyback a little bit off of what Commissioner Boatright said and just say that, this is our first meeting of the new year. And in 2024, we approved 1,557 ARO units through this body. It was really a banner year for us. And this project alone will bring in almost 2,000 units. And so it is phased and it will take some time, but there is so much work that is going on, both through the Department of Housing, through the Chicago Housing Authority, which also has a site that we've collaborated with them, West Haven right near here. We're just really excited for all of the different ways in which we can bring affordability, both in the 27th Ward, across the near West Side, and across the city. So thank you all for your commitment.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, Commissioner Reyes?
Just briefly, I think that this is truly a model of a project that impacts so many different aspects of the city of Chicago. We're thinking of the birds, the people that ride bikes, my granddaughter that skates. This is incredible. I was going to make a comment about housing because I'm always here. My contribution to this table is to advocate for affordable housing. But I truly think this is a model, how you've been able through the years, and I appreciate because I have learned the history. I did not know, even though I've been there many times, I did not know the history and the connection that these organizations and these teams, these sport teams have with the residents, with the community organizations. That is truly significant. I wish other teams will be able to stand here and say the same. And every time I am at the arena, I cry with your openings from the Blackhawks, because that's truly remarkable and needs to be said. So I truly see this as an incredible project, not only for the financial impact, but also for how it's touching and continue to touch the families of Chicago. And I learned something today also besides the history. The garage can be seen as a community asset. That is incredible. I think that we all need to learn from that because truly it is true. We have to be, I mean, the creativity here, it's remarkable. So thank you for this. I cannot wait to see it. And I have my daughters and my granddaughter to ice skate there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah,
And a big one. Can you all share with the full commission just your timing for groundbreaking? We're talking about this catalytic investment and development. I think it would be worthwhile to kind of share when we'll see some dirt flying on that site.
Very soon. So we're hoping later this year, this summer.
thank
Awesome.
you. I'm sure Commissioner and Alderman Burnett would want to make a statement on this, so I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone for their comments. You know what they say in the neighborhood, Alderman Dow, they say, don't hate, participate. You don't have to be jealous of me. I'm jealous of you because you got so much going on over there. You know, don't sleep on Pat Dow. She got a lot of development. She does a great job. And you know, the interesting thing is Alderman Dow used to be with the Plan Commission, but she also was with Near West Community Organization with Ernest Gates and did a lot of initial planning in this community years ago. So I want to thank you for everything you've done in our neighborhood. So thank you very much. So I want to commend the United Center on working with the community. You know, I kind of stepped back a little bit from their negotiation with their community benefits agreement because 30 years ago, I got elected in 95. They already had a thing going with the community when I was running for office. So I kind of, you know, stood outside on the sidelines, and there was people like Ernest Gates and Terry Young and Horn Association of Men and Interfaith Organizing Project with ministers. All of them were working with the United Center on the United Center, and they already had a relationship, right? Well, 30 years later, they still got that relationship. And I kind of let the guys, or let the people, I should say, guys and girls, kind of, you know, work their magic together because back then they did some negotiation that I couldn't, I was like, oh my God, y'all did all of this? Y'all got all of this from the United Center back then. And, you know, I don't know if you recall back then when they first built the United Center, they negotiated on getting the houses replaced and, you know, moving churches around. And they had a development fund, which I was a part of. I was on the board of, where they helped businesses to start in the community. When Terry Young got up and talked about act maintenance, they allowed folks from Henry Horner to be the janitors inside the United Center and also at the stadium out south. You know, and they gave them hundreds of jobs in the community. So their commitment to the community is solid. You know, I just went to a concert. Was it a concert? I went to something at the United Center, and I get on the elevator, somebody from the neighborhood say, hey, Alderman Burnett, you know, I walk down the hall, somebody from my church say, hey, you come to church Sunday? You know, our community is in the United Center. And then, you know, a lot of the folks that work at the United Center now are moving to the neighborhood. This is a holistic development. I commend them in the community with all of the things that they put together. They didn't show you the details of the community room that they're building for the community, sort of like you know how I think, who does this? One of the banks does it where they have open space in the bank. You can just come in there and sit down and, you know, work on your computer and all of those things. They have a community room like that for the neighborhood. So the neighborhood can just come in there outside of being able to use the venue that they're going to have where the community can go in there, have big graduations, meetings, a whole bunch of other things. So there's a lot of things involved here with the community. We've been blessed in this neighborhood. A lot of those guys that got up to speak are homegrown contractors. And a lot of them, you know, myself and Jerry Lewis and other folks helped these guys to form construction companies, but a lot of the other guys formed construction companies, starting out with CHA, right? Doing the Section 3 program. And they rehab CHA apartments and they went on to start doing other things. So they've been able to incorporate all these guys into this planning, and it's very exciting. And like I say, I kind of step back and allowed the community to do their thing because, you know, like you saw, what's his name get up talking about the South Side. You know, people were coming from all over the city wanting to get in on this. And one of the reasons people coming from all over the city to get in on this because we don't have a whole lot going on. We have some things going on, but this is one of the biggest projects that's going to be happening in the city of Chicago in a long time. And so everyone wants to get in and wants to be a part of it, and rightfully so, right? And the United Center may try to make room to work with everyone. Of course, being selfish, I would only want them to work with my ward, right? And living in the neighborhood, I'm going to live across the street from some of these things, which is very personal to me because I've been having car lights flashing in my window, in my dining room window for over 30 years. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, you can't cut off your lights in the house because it's still going to be car lights coming to your house, and, you know, all of the other things that goes with living in an area where you have a venue like the United Center. So this is going to be exciting to see those parking lots to be filled in. It's going to be exciting to be able to walk out of your house and get a cup of coffee. You know, it's going to be exciting to go sit down in a restaurant by your house. It's going to be exciting to have people who come to visit you. You don't have enough room at your home, you know, that they can go to a hotel, you know, right down the street. So this is very exciting. It's going to be exciting too. Right now, I'm trying to, I had to go to the salt shed last year to have a bingo because I had 900 and something, over 900 seniors. And guess what? The salt shed is too small now for me to have a bingo because the senior citizens tell all their girlfriends, oh, Alderman Burnett bingo is great. And it's like, I'm like, where you live, you know? But so it's going to be great to have a venue that we can go have a bingo or a senior dance, or, you know, we can have a party for the kids in the neighborhood so they can have somewhere to go and have a dance at, because we don't have places for our young people to go today, right? Instead of them blocking off the street and just making a party on the street, right? So it's going to be great to be able to have venues like that in the neighborhood. So this is a great event. I wish that, you know, I understand what the union is talking about, which is ironic. They came to see me, their hotel union. They don't want them to build a hotel first. They want them to build housing first because they want their residents to have affordable housing, right? This area right here has about 2,000 affordable housing in it, in this immediate area. It's probably one of the most affordable areas in the community, and I live there. It's very diverse, but we also got $1 million homes in the area too, right? And it's changing. And we need that balance, but also just west of here, working with the Department of Planning, everything west of Weston, we have hundreds of lots that are city lots that we're going to make sure all of those are affordable, because houses are starting to sell for $500,000 and $700,000 over there. And there's going to be a balance in this neighborhood. This is probably going to be one of the most diverse communities in the city of Chicago. And we're very, very excited about this. It's going to be thousands of jobs, you know, and not only on construction, there's going to be jobs in all of the venues, the restaurants and stores and whatever the case may be in the area, the landscaping, the maintenance. You know, it's going to be a myriad of jobs in the neighborhood. And then with the United Center and the Blackhawks, with the United Center, with the Bulls and the Blackhawks, who are already invested in the community with the schools and the kids, and they do a lot of things with them right now. This is just going to enhance that and add so much more to it. And, you know, and again, I want to thank Terry because, you know, for several months, he's just been working with the community. You know, I get, you know, I try to stay away from it because you know, it can get contentious sometimes working with different interests from the neighborhood. And I just send them all to him and send them all to the group that they started. And he's done a great job. This is going to let everyone know in the city of Chicago. And what this has done so far has let everyone know in the city of Chicago that there's business going on the west side, that it's happening on the west side. This is where you should come and develop. This is where you should come and move. You know, not only is it going to be a destination to go to an entertainment place, it's going to be a destination to just visit, right? And that's exciting. And so I'm excited about it. And all of my colleagues need to know all of these, and I'm grateful that you said about all the affordable housing that was built with the ARO. A lot of that money came from the 27 ward. A lot of the ARO money is going to come from this also. Well, we're going to build on site, but neighborhood opportunity funds. This is not just going to help this area. This is going to help the city of Chicago, because that money is going to go into a pot that's going to be used on the south side and the west side and the north side to help other businesses and other things happen in the neighborhood. And I'd be remiss if I did not say the mayor's office been involved with this, right? No one says that, but something of this magnitude, you have to know that the mayor has been personally involved with this. Jason Lee been involved with it. You know, commissioner's been involved with it. The mayor's office been involved with this, and they want this to happen because this is very important to the city, and they understand what kind of impact it's going to have on other developments coming to the city of Chicago. So I just want to say I support this 100%. Of course, I can't vote on it, but I support it 100%. I hope that I can get all my colleagues to support it. It will come to my committee after this, zoning committee, and I'm going to encourage all my colleagues to support it. I appreciate all of the diversity that they are going to have working on the site, not only just people from the neighborhood and African Americans and Latinos and women. I really appreciate all of that and appreciate the fact that people can anticipate and expect for jobs to happen for the next, 10 years? I hope it's not 20 years, for the next 10 years, that things are going to be happening in this neighborhood and things are going to be happening in other neighborhoods because of developments like this. So I support it 100%. I'm excited about it, and I can't wait. If I can help being the chairman of the Committee of Zoning, Buildings, and Landmarks to get that building permit faster, let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman. Any additional questions or comments from the commissioners before I ask for a motion? No? Okay. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to Stadium Plan Development Number 522 submitted by United Center Joint Venture for the property generally located at 1901 West Madison Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Boatright. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner La Espada. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. And I have a recusal from Commissioner Burnett on this item. Commissioner Castañeda? Thank you. Commissioner Dowell? Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Yes. Commissioner Cadaquia? Thank you. Commissioner La Espada? Thank you. I also have a recusal on this item from Commissioner Lyons. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. And is Commissioner Villegas still here? Oh, here. You moved. Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you. Yeah, we'll do a 5-minute break just to get prepared for all the other items. We're gonna get started soon. If anybody, people can come back to their seats. Yeah. There's a long agenda.
Yes. I mean, they.
I'm glad.
So it's good, yeah. Yes, I hope that's the case. Big
Okay.
community.
This one too, 27th, yeah. It's fast, right? Yeah.
RBC.
Okay. The next item today is listed as D2.
It's Elliot's group.
A proposed amendment to residential business plan development number 1292. I need my. Wrap it up. Submitted by BDBC SPE LLC for the property generally located at 835 West Black Hawk Street. The applicant proposes to add hotel as an allowable use in order to allow the conversion of 14 existing dwelling units to hotel rooms on a property. There will be no changes to the property infrastructure outside of the conversion of 14 dwelling units to hotel rooms. The overall FAR for the plan development will remain at 5.0. This is item 22627, and it's in the 27th ward. James will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is James Gwinner with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, the Shops at Big Deal LLC, proposes to rezone the subject property from residential business plan development number 1292 to residential business plan development number 1292 as amended to permit hotel uses within sub-area C of the plan development and then permit the conversion of 14 existing dwelling units to hotel units. There will be no changes to the property outside of the conversion of 14 dwelling units to hotel rooms. The overall PDFAR of 5.0 will remain unchanged. The subject site is located in the near north side community area in Alderman Walter Burnett's 27th Ward. The area contains over 101,000 residents and over 63,000 households, and has a median household income of approximately 121,000. Existing land uses in the neighborhood include business, commercial, residential, and educational/institutional uses. This slide shows the PD's location, a half block west of North Halsted Street, 4 blocks north of West Division Street, and bounded by North Dayton Street on the east, West Blackhawk Street on the north, and North Kingsbury Street on the west. The site is a transit-served location with CTA Red Line stop at North Avenue less than 1,200 feet to the north and is approximately 400 feet west of the CTA number 8 bus stops on North Halsted Street. This slide notes the surrounding area's current zoning, which is primarily other residential business plan developments and site zoned C3-5. Another view of the area's properties with the properties in blue representing commercial and tan representing residential. The portion of PD 1292 under this proposal is sub-area C, the second sub-area from the right on this map. An aerial view from the south with the existing sub-area C building highlighted in yellow. Here's another aerial view, this one from the west. Sub-area C building is in the center. This is a view from the west, one of the existing 10-story, 120-foot tall sub-area C building. Some views at street level from the corner of West Blackhawk and North Dayton on the upper left and down West Blackhawk on the lower right. PD 1292 was built to the tenets of the Halsted Triangle Plan that was enacted in August 2020. PD amendment filing occurred December 13th, 2024, and the applicant has coordinated with Alderman Burnett on this proposal. Now I will turn the presentation over to Katrina McGuire, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of this proposal.
Thank you, James. Good afternoon, members of the Plan Commission. My name is Katrina McGuire from Thompson Coburn here on behalf of the applicant. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon with Mike Drew from Structured Development, the developer. Just for real quick context, this is certainly a less complex project than the one that you just saw. As noted by James, this is a project we're seeking essentially a technical amendment to Subarea C to add 14 hotel keys as a permitted use. Just some quick background for context, the development consists of Subarea A, which is a 327 dwelling unit building, Subarea B, which is a 34 unit building consisting of all affordable condominium units. Subarea C, which is the subject site, is a 126 unit building, of which 14 units would now be dedicated as hotel units. That is a co-living building. It's operated as a co-living building. Subarea D is a recreational use, and Subarea E is an publicly accessible open space. Apologies, I was behind a slide. Sorry about that. The ground floor of the existing building of the subject building consists of 41 parking spaces, lobby space, fitness room, a lounge area, and a conference center. Those are all building amenities that are very consistent with a hotel use. The building, as I noted, is operated as a co-living building, so again, very well suited for a hotel use. The second floor of the building has some additional building amenities with a roof deck and green roof. All of the building amenities will be accessed and accessible to the hotel tenants as well. The hotel units, the 14 hotel units will be on the 14th floor of the building, consisting of 10 4-bedroom units, 2 2-bedroom units, and one each of a 1 and a 3-bedroom unit. At this point, the operators propose to be an operator by the name of Cozy Suites. Their whole model is shorter term rentals, a hotel use, as I noted, reservations, et cetera, will be handled through an app. This may create 1 or 2 additional jobs, but the building does already have amenities and services that are provided in conjunction with it, including the cleaning of common areas within the existing residential units. Security exists at the front desk as well. These are just elevations of the building as approved and constructed. This again just shows the overall vehicular circulation access points for the development. Building C's garage is accessed off of Black Hawk. There is no alley here. Stormwater issues were not implicated by this PD amendment, were taken care of as part of the overall development. The project did comply with the sustainable development policy of the City of Chicago. The ARO program for the overall project has obviously been complied with, and just to refresh everyone's recollection, consisted of a 34-unit condo building on site, 33 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath townhouse units at Harrison and Francisco, so generated 67 for-sale, family-sized homes. And there is no reduction in the ARO, despite the reduction essentially in dwelling units with 14 hotel keys. Overall community benefits that the development created was a privately owned, publicly accessible park, as well as a developer-funded traffic signal at Black Hawk and Halsted, the installation of which is going to commence in the next few weeks. And with that, I'd like to turn this back over to James. Thank you.
Once again, for the record, my name is James Quinner with the Department of Planning and Development. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed development is in compliance with the PD standards and guidelines. It promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. It is designed to reinforce desirable urban features in the surrounding area and ensures a level of amenities appropriate to the nature and scale of the project, and promotes safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles, and promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the establishment of the plan development and zoning map amendment be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Any questions or comments from the commissioners on this item? Yeah, okay, so I'll hand it over to somebody from CDOT to speak on the traffic signal.
Sure, yeah, thank you. Kevin McGinnis from the Department of Transportation. Just a statement from our commissioner about the traffic signal. When reviewing and making decisions on proposed plan developments, CDOT works collaboratively with developers to ensure that public infrastructure facilities will be adequate to serve the proposed development at the time of occupancy. As part of the original PD ordinance statements, the developer committed to install a traffic signal at the intersection of Blackhawk and Halsted. CDOT staff has confirmed with the developer that the signal work will begin in the beginning of February of this year. The applicant has stated that the work will take approximately 90 days to complete, and CDOT will monitor this location to ensure final completion of this previous commitment. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. Any follow-up questions or comments from the commissioners before I ask for a motion? Okay, if not, yes, Alderman Burnett, which I know you'll be recusing from this one as well.
Yes, thank you. So we did have opportunity to meet with the developer. You know, the unique thing about this development now, even though he's gonna add hotel rooms to it, is not, it's a hotel, it's affordable housing, and it's market rate housing. So we have everything in there. And actually this developer is a developer who works with the community. Matter of fact, he mentored a couple of guys from the neighborhood to become developers from the west side. Some of his homes that he built off site. So we appreciate him and appreciate everything he does for the community. So we support this development.
Thank you, Alderman. Okay. So with that, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to residential business plan development number 1292 submitted by BDBC SPE LLC for the property generally located at 835 West Black Hawk Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Boatright, second by Commissioner Piñeiro. I'll go ahead and ask for roll. Commissioner Boatright, can you confirm? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield has stepped out. Commissioner Burnett is a recusal on this item. Commissioner Castañeda? Thank you. Commissioner Dowell? Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Galakia has stepped out. Commissioner La Espada has also stepped out. Commissioner Lyons is a recusal on this item. Commissioner Murphy has stepped out. Commissioner Piñeiro, thank you. Commissioner Reyes? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. And I think Commissioner Villegas has also stepped out. Motion passes. Thank you. We have, barely 7. We got 7 votes. Yeah, they said 30 minutes for Brumfield and Calakia. They were just gonna do something really quick. But no, not yet. We're 7, and he should be voting now. Okay. The next item today is listed as D3. A proposed amendment to business plan development number 1510 submitted by Fulton Peoria JV LLC for the property generally located at 911 West Fulton Market. The applicant proposes to rezone all of business plan development number 1510 to business plan development number 1510 as amended to allow additional permitted uses. Minor design changes are proposed to for the north and west ground floors with no changes to the site, bulk, or density of the previously approved plan development. This is item 22533, and it's also in the 27th Ward. Louis Clayton will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Flores and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Louis Clayton with the Department of Planning and Development. The subject property is generally located at 911 West Fulton Market in the near West Side community area in the 27th Ward. The applicant, Fulton Peoria JV LLC, and their development team appear here today for the purpose of requesting approval of an amendment to Business Plan Development Number 1510 to allow additional permitted uses and minor design changes for the north and west ground floors. There will be no changes to the site, bulk, or density of the previously approved plan development. This request has been submitted as a mandatory amendment to a plan development due to the resulting change in the character of development. The near west side has grown by 19.5% since 2010, outpacing the city's overall growth of 1%. The near west side has a higher percentage of white and Asian residents with a smaller percentage of Hispanic and Black residents compared to the city overall. Residents tend to be younger and live in smaller households. The median household income and educational attainment in the near west side are both above city average. The site is located on the east side of Sangamon Street between Fulton Market on the north and Lake Street on the south. The site falls within the Fulton-Randolph Market Landmark District, and the surrounding area includes a variety of community assets, including institutions, schools, parks, and significant employers. The property is designated as a transit-served location for being located within 2,640 feet of the Morgan Station on the Green Line and within 1,320 feet of the number 8 Halsted bus line. PD 1510 was approved in 2021 and has a net site area of approximately 1.5 acres. An 11-story office building with ground floor commercial space and 111 vehicular parking spaces is currently under construction, along with the renovation of an adjacent orange-rated 6-story building to provide additional office space. The adjacent land uses are primarily commercial, industrial, and multifamily residential. Adjacent zoning districts are primarily C1-1 and C1-2 Neighborhood Commercial District, DS-3 Downtown Service District, and Planned Development. As seen here, the adjacent buildings are primarily 2 to 6-story brick structures. The previously approved development adheres to the West Loop Design Guidelines and Fulton-Randolph Market District Design Guidelines, which support the area's growth as a hub for employment, transportation, culture, and residential life, and aim to preserve the area's urban character and scale, enhance its appeal, and promote the adaptive reuse of existing buildings alongside compatible new construction. At this point, I'll turn it over to Katie Janke-Dale with the applicant team to discuss the proposed PD amendment on the subsequent slides.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Katie Janke-Dale with the law firm of DLA Piper, and we represent the applicant in this matter. Just for a quick, brief summary, I'm joined today by Alex Nejam to my left from Fulton Street Companies, the developer, and Mike Derone to my right, who is with Fitzgerald Associates, the project architect. Just a quick summary of what the PD amendment is requesting and not requesting. When we first filed this application, we were adding a number of uses, including hotel potentially, given discussions that were ongoing at that time with a potential hotel operator. Since then, I'm happy to report we've had some great leasing traction, including signing a lease with Coca-Cola for 2 floors of the building or 40,000 square feet. And also with Equinox, which is really the driver of the use amendment that we need here because participant sports and recreation were not previously included in the plan development. We also discussed some other potentially compatible uses that could take up some of the retail floors. So those are all listed behind me. But just to be very clear, the hotel use that had been previously contemplated kind of fell off given that exciting leasing traction that occurred since filing the application. As part of this, there have been some slight tweaks to the site plan since the original PD was approved in 2021. So we're going to wrap those up into this PD amendment as well. And with that, I'm going to have Mike go through those very briefly.
Thank you, Katie. Good afternoon, Mike Derone from Fitzgerald. Here to talk about some of the minor changes that we're requesting to the new construction building at 919 West Fulton. The slight change here in the site plan really involves the corner of Fulton and Sangamon to increase the size of the sidewalk to accommodate restaurant outdoor seating for the Gibson's tenant that is going to be occupied in that corner of the first floor of the building. This plan here shows you some of the various changes at the first floor that are occurring to accommodate the new tenants that are going to be that are in the process of designing their spaces, and the changes accommodate their program, both at the exterior along the sidewalk, as I mentioned, and with the various canopies and doorways. We're not making any proposed changes to the ground floor of the existing building at 212 West North Peoria. I'm going to flip through the overall building elevations very quickly to show the detail of the changes that you can see more easily on the detail pages. This gives you an overall sense of the building scale. If you haven't been through the West Loop, it is constructed and topped out and fully enclosed at this point. These are some of the minor door changes that we're making to accommodate the ground floor tenants that adjust the openings from some of the double doors to single door openings. We are also relocating or removing some of the canopies, both at the main entrance of the building as well as along the streetscapes on Fulton, Sangamon, and Lake Street to accommodate the new entrances that align with the program for Equinox and Gibson's. That's what each of these partial elevations show, the small changes that are being made to each of these elevations. We have stayed consistent with the approved materials for the building, a dark brick and bronze brass metal that's been used for all of the metal for the entire building. And then lastly, we were previously approved to be a LEED Silver building, as well as health and safety for the overall building. We've designed the building initially to be bird friendly as best as possible at the ground floor. The deep masonry piers allow for a lot of breakup in the facade of the building, as well as the punched openings. We do not have any glass that encloses any of the rooftop screening. Thank you.
And for the record, Katie Jinkydale. This is the previous project cost and construction jobs. As was previously mentioned, the project is currently under construction. Skinder is our general contractor, and we checked in earlier this week. They're tracking very well towards the mayoral executive orders of 26 and 6 M&WB. They also previously made a $4.5 million contribution to the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund prior to pulling building permits. And like Lewis mentioned earlier, we are rehabbing and reusing a contributing landmark building. With that, I'll turn it back over to Lewis, but we are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Again, for the record, Lewis Clayton with DPD. DPD has reviewed the proposal, concluded that it is appropriate for the site. It meets the criteria set forth in the Chicago zoning ordinance, and its adoption will not have any adverse impacts on the public's health, safety, or welfare. Specifically, the proposal has undergone thorough public review by multiple city agencies. The proposal is compatible with its base zoning district of DX5 and will not negatively affect nearby developments. The proposal promotes economically beneficial development patterns that fit the character of the surrounding neighborhood and nearby properties, and the proposal complies with all relevant standards and guidelines. It is compatible with the surrounding area in terms of use, density, and building scale, and public infrastructure and city services are adequate to support the proposed development. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application for the amendment of Business Plan Development number 1510 as amended be approved, and that the recommendation to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards be passage approved. Thanks.
Thank you, Lewis. Do the commissioners have any questions or comments of the staff or the applicant on this item? Commissioner Lyons?
Hi, good morning. I wanted to confirm that the bulk table would be updated to reflect the no hotel component.
Yeah, the final book table does not say anything about hotel keys.
Got it. Thank you. Can I just make a note? I think, and more just for the future, if possible, in our, I know I can see that in my packet, But for when it's posted in public, is it possible to include an updated bulk table prior to the plan commission, to the meeting?
We can try to get those up there, but I explained to the folks from the union earlier is that that's a point in time upload that's going on. So that the application they're looking at is what's as filed. It's under negotiations up and through this plan commission hearing, and then even up and through the committee on zoning. So what gets reported out is based on advisory and comments that are made at these two hearings, but we can try to update them where appropriate.
Got it. Thank you so much. So just to be clear, we're voting on the bulk table that's in our current packet.
That's correct.
Great, thank you.
And as stated on the record, the applicant is committed that the hotel use is completely removed from any mention anywhere in the packet.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? If not, Alderman Burnett, would you want to make a statement?
So first of all, we love to have Gibsons in our area. I think that's fantastic. And also Equinox. I just got a question. I don't know if Equinox here, but do they have discounts for senior citizens? Any senior discounts? You know, I got the AARP card, so.
Are you up there?
Those things come in handy, man. Don't sleep now. You'd be surprised. I think this is great, exciting for the community. One of the things, I don't know if they mentioned that they breaking it down to 2 different sections. I had the opportunity to meet with Gibson's, and they've been trying to come west for a long time. Matter of fact, we're hoping they go further west after this. Potentially, we're trying to get them to get into the United Center development too. But Gibson's is talking about having a sit-down restaurant, high-end, and then a mediocre restaurant kind of bar in the same development next door. So two venues, one for the folks that they want to chill, and one for the folks that they want a lot of noise. So I think that's great for the community, and it fits right in with what's happening over there in the neighborhood to have that type of diversity, and along with the health club. Crazy thing is, Equinox at first was supposed to go into, if you all remember, they were supposed to go into the the related building on 700 West Randolph. And, was it 905? No, it was 725, 725 West Randolph. And of course, you know, I don't know what's happening with that. That done changed like 3 times already. But now they're talking about going here. So we was excited for them to go there. Now we're excited for them to go here. So it'd be good to have a good, large health club in the neighborhood. And I think this is great for the neighborhood. So I look forward to this. The community supports it. I support it, and I ask for the committee support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up comments or questions from the commissioners before I ask for a motion? No? Okay. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to Business Plan Development Number 1510, submitted by Fulton Peoria JV LLC for the property generally located at 911 West Fulton Market, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Tillman. Do I have a second? Thank you. Commissioner Boatright. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright. Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield is not back. I have a recusal from Commissioner Burnett on this item. Commissioner Castañeda. Thank you. Commissioner Dowell stepped out. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Lyons? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you. Yeah, we're barely at 6. Keep leaving and coming back, but we're okay. We're okay. I know. We'll make it work. I know. The next item today is listed as D4, a proposed residential business plan development submitted by 1325 West Fulton LLC for the property generally located at 1325 West Fulton Street. The applicant proposes to rezone the site from the M2-3 Light Industry District to the DX7 Downtown Mixed Use District, and then to a residential business plan development to allow the construction of a multi-phase residential development with 240 units, 360 parking spaces, and ground floor commercial. Phase 1, located in sub-area A, will provide 80 residential units and 195 parking spaces. Phase 2, located in sub-area B and subject to site plan approval, will provide 50 units and share the parking spaces from Phase 1. Phase 3, located in sub-area C and subject to site plan approval, will provide 110 units and 165 parking spaces. The maximum overall height will be 538 feet, and the maximum overall FAR will be 11.5. This is item 22531, and it is in the 27th ward. Yang-Di Wong will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Yang-Di Wang, an urban designer within DPD. This proposed development is generally located at 1325 West Fulton Street and is located within the near West Side community area within the 27th ward. The applicant, 1325 West Fulton LLC, and their development team appear here today for the purposes of establishing a residential business plan development at the subject site. The proposed development is located in the near West Side community area, which has a population of 65,581 and a median age of 32. This slide illustrates the site context. The site is surrounded by a mix of commercial, residential, and light industrial properties, and is well connected to public transit. It's within walking distance of the Morgan and Ashland CTA stations, which provide access to the both green and pink lines. Several nearby DV bike stations marked as orange dots further enhance accessibility. The site is bounded by West Fulton Street to the north, North Ada Street to the west, a public alley to the south, and North Elizabeth Street to the east. It's currently zoned as M2-3 Light Industry District. The surrounding zoning district includes DS-5 Downtown Service District, DS-3 Downtown Service District, M2-3 Light Industrial District, and planned developments. As shown on the map, the site is located within the Fulton Market Innovation District, highlighted by the orange dashed frame. Now I will turn the presentation over to the applicant team to introduce the proposal.
And for the record, Katie Janke-Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, and along with my colleague Emily Becker, we represent the applicant in this matter. I'm joined today by Dominic Sulo to my left from Sulo Development, a developer. We have Trent Tesh from KPF, the design architect, and Brad Fowler from Park Fowler Plus, the local architect of record, and then Louie Abuna from KLOA, our traffic consultant. As DPD outlined, the site is currently vacant and shown on the screen above with those photos. This is a current aerial as we sit here today of the site, along with proposed and approved buildings, as well as some that have been built. It will be built in 3 phases. Phase 1 is in for design review now and is the furthest east phase on the left-hand side. The future phases will come back for site plan approval as you move west. As DPD outlined, we are subject to the FMID plan and the West Loop design guidelines. And as we always do in the 27th Ward and in this neighborhood, we engaged with all of the community groups, including West Central Association, Neighbors of West Loop, and it held a community-wide meeting, which was very well received. The community was very excited about the condo owner-occupied nature of this development, as well as very excited about the architecture. We also made some changes to the site plan in response to feedback we received from DPD and the community, which Trent will go through as he walks through the design with you. With that, I'll turn it over to Trent.
Hello, for the record, I'm Trent Tesh from Cohn Pedersen Fox, working on the design for 1325 West Fulton. You can see here in this diagram how the site has been separated into 3 phases. Phase 1 along West Fulton and North Elizabeth. More importantly, you can see how the buildings are arranged on the street and the site. 858,728 square feet is the size of the overall development. A total of 240 units, 80 of those units in phase 1. You can see 50 units in phase 2 and 110 units in phase 3. There are allowable for this site is 867 units. Proposed 360 car spaces at 1.5 spaces per unit, and around 240 bike spaces along the edges of the site. This is a sort of a cross section, east-west cross section looking north on the site, showing the parking, the six-story parking garage, the liner units along the active streets, a lobby. You can see the lobby at the ground floor, an on-site amenity floor, and then residential units above that. This is a overall site plan of the overall development. You can see how we have activated North Ada Street with the lobbies. We've included two large pocket parks along West Fulton. That was sort of an outcome of our discussion with the community groups. Retail, potentially a restaurant in phase 2, and then lobbies along the West Fulton and North Elizabeth. This diagram illustrates how pedestrians flow into the buildings. And for pedestrian safety and security, we have located all of the traffic through the alleyway on the south side of the building, both vehicular and truck access. And you can see in this plan also the bike parking along the 2 side streets. One of the things that's really kind of important for us is to make sure that the building itself has active uses along the perimeter. So these are the liner units that occur around the site. So there's no exposure to the parking garage. And on the 5th floor, I just wanted to point out in this slide, we've located the dog run, the amenity for the users of the building. And then the level 6 amenity level, so you can see the on-site amenities that we've included in the design. A couple of pool decks, and also this illustrates. This is a good illustration of how we have set back the building at this particular level and used inset loggias around the building for movement along the facade. Again, this is a typical floor, so you can see the units in the plan and the vertical circulation cores. And then a rooftop. All of the mechanical is located on the top of the buildings. And then just to kind of show you the interim condition. This is an interim condition phase 1. You can see the sales center on North Ada and West Fulton. We have a temporary grassed area between it and the phase 1 development. And as you go up, you can see how phase 1 is shaped. You have the parking garage set back from West Fulton, and then the building, the active uses along the street wall. Again, just showing the dog run. And then the amenity level with the amenity deck. And you can see the terrace loggia that we have along the West Fulton that separates the tower from the podium. And then the typical floor. And you can see how the roof of the overall development in the interim phase 1 condition. These, I'll just go through these really quickly. These are the elevations of the project. This is the north and west elevation. You can see where we've created this sort of the detail that I'll show you in a second, but the whole building has this sort of a very call it a contextual approach to Fulton Market. These are the south and east elevations of the site. And then in the interim condition, we're planning on having a sort of a mural that covers the parking garage on the north and the west sides of the garage. The phase 1 interim condition on the south and east. And this is just a slide to show you that we've really considered this Fulton Market District. We think it's an amazing array of old and new public open space, infrastructure. It all adds up to be a compelling place to make a building. And what we're trying to do here is sort of elevate this project using sort of a contemporary approach, but still kind of thinking about how West Fulton, how to add character to the Fulton Market District. So this is the proposed elevation along West Fulton. You can see the texture and the scale and the way that we've introduced these pocket parks. We feel strongly about the kind of the texture and the active uses along that edge. The one thing that I will say, I think we have a very bird-friendly building. Right now we've measured the facade and we are about 40% glass, 60% solid, and deep inset piers at the podium level. And also the facade is also shaped. So we think that there's benefits to that. The building, the parking garage is a material that's a sort of an opaque or a frosted glass that's set behind the public park in the position here. This is a view standing in the public pocket park that looks at the loggia, the entry of the building. And then an overall view of the character of the building as it relates to the Fulton Market District. We proposing using sort of a rose-colored brick, native planting around the site, translucent glass at the parking screen. Obviously, there's going to be vision glass. We're proposing a glass that's not reflective, that's very, very transparent. We have sort of a red travertine plant at the very base of the building where the brick piers land on. And then as I said, native planting throughout. Just to give you a little vignettes of the design, you can see it's predominantly a brick building with some aluminum and glass for the windows. Integrated planters into the insets where the brick piers are. This is the parking screen that is sort of made of right now it's sort of a frosted glass and aluminum facade system. And then the tower wall is sort of a simplified version of the podium where we still maintain the arched corners and a double height module so that the building feels a little bit more like a human scale building. This is our idea for that, looking to the district to find ideas about what we could do on the interim condition, the mural that we're thinking about. And then a view standing on the 6th floor pool deck, the amenity level, looking back at the project in the downtown skyline, and then how we've orchestrated that western facade. So we feel like we have focused on a lot of making this a very friendly building. And we've separated the length of West Fulton down by introducing these pocket parks at increments that break down the scale of that large block. We have introduced setbacks and inset terraces and active uses along the street wall. These are some of the design elements that we've pulled that align with the West Loop design guidelines, but you can see it's a very sympathetic project. Then you can see the open parks for the community, substantial amount of landscaping around the site, on-site amenities. So all of our amenities are, like I said, on the roof of the parking garage. And we have improved the landscaping along North Ada and North Elizabeth Street. And then you can see, again, this is just to show how we have created a safe environment, and all of the parking and truck access is on the alleyway to the south. We have worked with a traffic consultant, KLOA, and they're here for answers, but there's no issues around traffic in our project. From a sustainability standpoint, we are introducing a lot of features. We have the bus monitors, native planting, ample bike storage, electrical vehicles, electrified vehicles in the garage, a lot of stormwater retention, and then again, a sort of an optimized relationship with the solid to void on the glass. And now I'll hand it off to Katie.
Thank you. And for the record, Katie Jinkydale, we will be in compliance with the stormwater ordinance as well. And I've already met with the Department of Buildings Stormwater Bureau. As a downtown condo project, we are following the ARRO's allowance to pay the fee in lieu to meet the ARRO. It is a premium fee, which is 25% higher than what is typical. And what we've worked out with DOH and Alderman Burnett is that fee will be split. 50% will go into the overall citywide AHOF, and 50% will be put towards funding a gap of an affordable project within the 27th ward. Overall, that fee will be over $13 million, and in phase one alone, about $4.3 million. I noticed that we missed the neighborhood opportunity bonus payment on this slide, so I wanted to make sure to hit on that among our other project or other community benefits as far as investment in the neighborhood and job creation. The overall neighborhood opportunity fund payment will be just shy of $8 million or $7.8 million, 6.2 of which will go into that citywide neighborhood opportunity fund. And we are working with McHugh Construction on phase one and have worked out with them their hiring plan to meet the 26 and 6 M&WB and city residency goals. With that, I'll turn it back over to DPD, but our team is available for any questions. Thank you.
For the record, again, my name is Yang Wang within DPD. DPD has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant, and DPD has concluded that this proposal is appropriate for this site and supports this development for the following reasons. First, the proposal complies with the planned development standards and guidelines. Second, the proposed development is consistent with plans adopted by the Plan Commission or approved by the City Council, including the West Loop Design Guidelines and the Fulton Market Innovation District Plan. Third, the proposed development promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of existing neighborhood. Fourth, the proposed development reinforces desirable urban features found within the surrounding area. Fifth, the proposed development is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of uses, density, and building scale. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of DPD that this application to establish a residential business planned development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. DPD staff and the representatives from the applicant team are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang. We do have two speakers signed up to speak on this item. Mr. Butler Adams, who's for the proposal, and Ms. Barbara Malloy, who's against the proposal.
Yes, again, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I am in favor of this proposal. I got a chance to go to the Zoom community meeting they had back in November, and I think it's very, very nice. I love the brickwork and the design of this building. As you all know, I give architecture tours on the Chicago River and have done so now for 25 years. And I talk about KPF buildings all the time. 333 Wacker, the building with the green curve, and the buildings on either side of it. Right across the street from City Hall County Building, they did 181 Clark. There was supposed to be a twin, but that didn't get built. But this design is very, very nice. One thing that kind of I wish had been done differently, not just with this project, but with a lot of projects in Fulton Market, is when the Fulton Market Innovation District was approved a few years ago. I knew that this whole area, the city of Chicago didn't own any of the land, so it was up to you all and the developers and the aldermen to maybe encourage more green space, because gonna have green pockets here and there, but no actual park. Had some of the buildings been taller, thinner, and some of the parking underground, you could have had more actual park space in this area, but it kind of is what it is. But I really do like this project. I hope that it continues to move forward. I hope that the developer and architects maybe kind of tweak the crown of these buildings, because I was looking at the verticality, and the very crown of the building just kind of to me seems a little bit visually stubby. So I hope there's a little bit more work on that. And that's about it for this project. I wanted to add one more thing. I mentioned that the plethora of projects that have happened in this ward under Alderman Burnett. I missed a few. One will be the redevelopment of Atrium Village, which added 1,500 apartments and hasn't been approved just yet. The CTA plan for transformation, which is 4,100 brand new apartments. So again, this ward is on the fire, and I hope that gets spread out around the whole city, and I hope that other aldermen kind of get on board with adding density and population. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Planning commissioners, developers, architects, and all the leaders here who are involved in building projects in the city of Chicago. My name is Barbara Malloy, and I represent the Bird Friendly Chicago Alliance, a coalition with more than 20,000 members and supporters. I myself am a nature advocate with a belief that the city of Chicago can be made more beautiful and vibrant with consideration given to all environmental aspects. I'm here to oppose this particular plan, as it does not intend to provide adequate protections for birds. I asked the partners of 1325 West Fulton LLC and the architecture firms KPF and Park Fowler Plus to use bird-friendly design throughout this project. So Chicago is the deadliest city in the nation for migrating birds. Birds die by the thousands each season when they fly into Chicago's glass windows. And according to the Chicago Bird Collision Monitors, who collect these dead birds, Fulton Market is becoming a vast graveyard for birds. So it's especially important that any new buildings in this district use bird-friendly glass on all of their windows. Residential buildings pose an even bigger threat to birds because the people who live in them require artificial light that is visible through the windows. So if the birds can see through, if the glass is transparent and the birds can see through the windows, that confuses the birds. And the birds are attracted to that light and they can crash into the glass. So according to research done by the American Bird Conservancy and Fordham University, 1 billion birds are killed in the United States every year when they crash into the buildings. It's 1 billion birds. And this building, without modifications to the current plan, has potential to kill countless birds. If changes to the plan materials aren't made, this will become a reality, and it will impact the quality of life of the building residents. So might be hard to imagine today, but imagine going outside on a pretty spring morning and there are dead bird carcasses all over the walkway. So, and that would be due to the type of glass that's used in this building. So we acknowledge and we do appreciate the efforts that have been made so far to use the sorry, the frosted glass, but there are improvements that could be made, particularly to the entryway and to the amenities area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malloy. I'll open it up to the commissioners. Do the commissioners have any questions or comments on this item? Commissioner Boatright?
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge this is a very beautiful building, beautifully designed. Two questions. I was wondering if you guys can just add a little bit more color to the bird-friendly component that was just mentioned, because I know it's incorporated, but it would be good to kind of just highlight a couple other features that maybe was quickly gone over throughout your presentation. Second question, can you speak to the timing for breaking ground for the first phase of the project?
So I'll cover question 2 and then have Trent come up and cover question 1. So we are currently finalizing permit plans to build the sales center as a condo project. Well, timing for breaking ground will depend on pre-sales, but we're hoping to get in the ground to put that sales center out there right away. So we were worried about getting that sales center permit before Plan Commission, but luckily we're here today. So as soon as possible, we'll get that up and pre-sales going and hopefully start construction 2026. And with that, I'll have Trent go into more detail about the bird-friendly elements.
Thank you.
For the record, Trent Tesh, Cone Pedersen Fox. My understanding of how bird glass works is it's commonly when you have large expanses of glass and it's more reflective than not, the birds kind of see it as sky and they crash into it. Here, I think we have a very kind of modest amount of glass compared to most buildings that you see. It's predominantly a brick structure. So birds can see that, and because the glass is set in, and actually if you looked at the facade, the windows are actually shaped. So they've got side panels that are at angles, which will also help the visibility of the glass for the birds. There is bird-friendly glass, but it's usually recommended down low in the project up to a certain height. So that might be something that we could talk about.
Yeah. I think if we could go to a lobby rendering, right? I think that the comment, yeah.
Yeah, so you can see, as I was saying, that we don't have a huge expanse of glass. It's broken up every say 10 feet or so, 10, 12 feet. And you can see in this image that the glass is set back and the glass is shaped. So I don't think that this is a really bad case for birds compared to a lot of other buildings that might be built in the district, but we can certainly work on it.
No, I think your explanation was helpful just in kind of highlighting the features that you all thoughtfully incorporated. But I just wanted to kind of respond to what we're often hearing as it relates to just bird-friendly design components that should be a part of the project. So thank you for providing that detail.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yeah, expanding on the question about timing, I'm really intrigued about this. Of course, considering that the pre-sales go as planned and so forth, how are the conversations going related to the financing and the capital raising for the project itself? And I'm thinking about financing capital bank appetite, if that's the direction that is going.
Dominic Sulo from Sulo Development, for the record. This isn't our first condo development in the neighborhood. We've worked with Alderman Burnett already on our 2 projects ago called Hayden, and we just wrapped up a project called Embry, 28 units and 58 units respectively. We have been working with CIBC on the financing for both of those projects and many partners. So we've already acquired the land here with them. We financed that alongside, and don't anticipate any issues. We've got the funding, private capital ready to go when the timing is correct. And as it relates to the timing of groundbreaking, as Katie alluded to, we anticipate probably a year of pre-sales. That's what we've done in the past two projects. Sales center opening would be anticipated around August of this year, groundbreaking sometime in March, and then August of 26 for groundbreaking of phase one.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Wonderful project. It's beautiful and it should be an enhancement to the neighborhood. I would urge you to, like Commissioner Boatright mentioned, please take a closer look at this bird-friendly issue. It's becoming a more and more important issue in Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Not seeing any hands raised. Alderman Burnett?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. So this organization met with the local community organizations, the West Central Association, and NOW, and we had a community meeting, and we didn't have any objections at the community meeting. This developer, as he mentioned, he built other developments in my ward and also in the 25th ward. We was like merged right there. Coincidentally, I don't know if you all recall, at one time there was an article in Crain's about one of the highest sold condos in the city of Chicago, which was one of their condos over on May Street, was it? On May Street. And so the unique thing is when they built that development, because you all know I'm very concerned about affordable housing, we negotiated a deal where they built some off-site affordable housing. And they built affordable housing off-site in the West Humboldt Park community. I didn't have to run behind them, check on them, anything like that. They kept their word and they built the off-site affordable housing on the west side in the area where we didn't have a lot of development going on. But I just need to say this, next time y'all build it, we at least need to have a ribbon cutting, a groundbreaking or something, you know? But anyway, so this is a developer, you know, they started out, I think was that your first development? Large scale development, and they just blew it out of the water. So I anticipate this is going to be a beautiful development also. I couldn't imagine how much these units are going to go for. You probably can't imagine how much you probably didn't imagine that the ones you sold was going to go for that much either, I'm sure. But I'm sure these are going to go for a lot. My only concern, and I think I said this before, condo people tend to complain, right? And this is a very high traffic area, and there's a lot of nightlife there. I would hope that your windows are soundproof, because I don't want to get the complaints, man. You know, if people start complaining to me, I'm not letting you do anything else, because it's like, it's too much of a headache. But make sure it's soundproof, because we don't want any, I said that before at the meeting, because we don't want people to complain about the noise, because the Fulton Market is so hot. People come from all over the world. It's one of the highest tourist areas in the city now, and you can't stop people from coming to the community all times of day and night, and there's going to be noise. And the rental folks, you know, if they don't like it, they just move. But condo folks, they own, and I don't want them to have to deal with that. And hopefully you let them know when they move there, buyer beware, that it's a constant flow of people coming in and out of this neighborhood. But they did everything that the community wanted. I appreciate their development. And of course, $13 million is going to the ARO. I'm sharing my ARO money with other as usual. You know, the city keep pimping my ward. but we're sharing half of our AO money with other wards throughout the city of Chicago because we're not selfish, but we needed some built-in award. And also, this developer willingly committed to doing 5% more affordable housing off-site in the west side of our ward, and we really appreciate that. I think this is a good developer. They do a good job. One of the things I need to mention, I need for you to consider having your contractor to joint venture with a minority contractor. I ask that of everyone in the ward. You all had to do 30% anyway. Might as well joint venture, the 30% is covered. You know what I'm saying? And that's helpful to help minority developers to get their capacity and to be able to grow and become big developers in the future. So the community supported, I support it. I ask for this body to support it also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman. I do have a follow-up question for you or for the applicant team. There was a mention of a 25% additional contribution. Can you elaborate?
5%.
Just 5. Okay, I have 25, sorry. So that's where you mentioned the off-site housing that was
Yes.
provided. Okay, perfect. And that's because of the type of project and because it's not on site or in the building?
So the challenge is with the challenge with condos, it's hard to ask condos to do affordable housing on site, right? Because if you got a $2 million, $2-point-something million condo,
Yeah.
right? You say, okay, now make one of the units $250, $250,000. It's hard to get them to do that. But at the same time, of course, they put money into the city's fund, but, we try to get something for the ward. And so they agreed to do, and we've done this before with them, and they offered to do it again in the ward on the west side. And they partner with last time they partnered with a small contractor who was doing affordable housing with the Department of Housing on the west side, and Latino contractor who does a good job, and they built the affordable housing. So they offered to do it, and I'm like, okay, cool. They offered to do it again, and this was way before, I think when they built the first one, we was only doing 10% affordable housing, right? Right. So the way I see it, this is the way I see it. With the condos, $2 million, $250,000,
Big gap.
the big gap. If we were to have you to do the $250,000 in your development, you'll lose a lot of money. So let's work together and try to do more to help people. And they were willing to do that, and that's what they did.
Just a
Okay.
reminder, it's also in the FMID, which the idea is to
To
promote
try to
and
get more.
maximize.
So she was saying that.
Sorry, I was saying it's also within the FMID, and the goal is to maximize affordability wherever possible and promote more affordability, given just the lack of affordable housing and the need to expand it. And so when we talk about overall goals for Fulton Market, that was one of the reasons that the FMID was put in place.
So in FMID, in Fulton Market, we try to get 30%, right? So housing try to negotiate with folks for 30%. In this case, we're getting 25%, so we kind of cut the baby
It's
in
the
half.
20 plus the 5. That's
Right,
all.
plus
Okay.
the 5. So it's 25%, but 5% of it is
Katie wants
off-site. We cut the baby in half. Of course, I've always negotiated for more all the time anyway, for 30 years. When we didn't have no affordable housing ordinance, we was negotiating for affordable housing. So they were willing to do this, so it's great.
And just to clarify also, I think I had mentioned that the fee in lieu also is increased. So we're paying a higher fee in lieu than would be typical. If you're doing the downtown condo project and paying the fee in lieu, instead of the typical one, you increase it by an additional 25% to 125% of, for the fee. So
Okay. Thank you.
extra 25%
Yeah,
everywhere.
we like higher numbers. A follow-up question too,
Mhm.
on minority participation. If we can just talk about if there's been any pre-development services provided by minorities or women-owned businesses, or what's the plan for that?
Yeah, so actually Brad here from Park Fowler Plus, they are a WB. That's just one example. And then we're pretty early with McHugh, but they've provided us with, their 5-step hiring plan, kind of how they intend to do outreach going forward.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Yeah, Commissioner Lyons?
Just a clarification, the 50%, the split between the Affordable Housing Opportunity Fund and the 27th Ward project, can we just hear a little bit about if we know what project that is or what we can expect?
I can jump in here. So as of right now, it is not specifically designated, but we will be working with Vice Mayor Burnett to ensure that we can find the appropriate project in the 27th Ward. And then the other 50% in AHOF. So AHOF is used to fund gaps in projects. It's used to fund the Chicago Low Income Housing Trust Fund, and often just used in other gap financing measures that the Department of Housing needs.
Thank you.
So over in West Humboldt Park, we have a developer over there, affordable housing developer over there, called Inherent Homes. I don't know if they came to before us before. Inherent Homes, is a, affordable housing developer, and they're building a lot of, modular homes, out on the west side on city lots. And we've been working with them, and the challenge, even with the affordable housing and the modular homes, the markup is still so high, right? So we need to help bring that down so it can be more affordable for the people who are gonna buy it. And this will help to bring that cost down, help that developer to build more affordable housing in an area. He's working in our community with the West Humboldt Park Development Council, which is also they have a land trust, community land trust, which we're trying to get them to partner to allow the community to be part owners of it too. So, we do a lot of things on the side, outside of, on the side with our community to help the community to have ownership in the community, so.
Thank you so much for the explanation.
Commissioner Reyes?
So Alderman Burnett, so the proceeds from this, the payment here is going to be used by Inherited Homes, so they're going to be able to build affordable homeownership in West Humboldt Park.
Yes,
Okay, then you got my vote.
okay, thank you.
Okay, any other additional comments or questions from commissioners before I ask for a motion? If not, do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by 1325 West Fulton LLC for the property generally located at 1325 West Fulton Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Piñeiro, second by Commissioner Castañeda. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright? Thank you. Commissioner Burnett is a recusal on this one. Commissioner Castañeda? Thank you. Commissioner Dowell? Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Yes. Commissioner Cadacchio? Thank you. Commissioner Lyons? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes? Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Did I miss anybody? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna make a slight change to the agenda to accommodate some schedules. We are gonna do item D8 next, which is a courtesy presentation. and then we'll go back to the normal agenda. The next item today is listed as D8, a courtesy presentation of a proposed site plan review submitted by the Community Builders, Inc. for the development within the residential business plan development number 1419, sub-area D, generally located at 3 East 23rd Street. The applicant proposes to construct a new 12-story mixed-use building with approximate 1,500 square feet of retail space and 80 residential units, of which 55% will be affordable units. The building height will be lower than 165 feet. The overall FAR of the development will not exceed 9.85. Sub-area D is within PD number 1419, and this is in the 3rd Ward. Yandi Wang will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Thank you, Chairwoman. For the record, my name is Yangdi Wang, an urban designer within DPD. This proposed development is generally located at 3 East 23rd Street and is located within the near South Side community area within the 3rd Ward. The applicant, the Community Builders INC, and their development team appear here today for a courtesy presentation of a proposed site plan review for the development within the suburb D of residential business planned development number 1419. The proposed development is located in the near South Side community area, which has a population of 28,216. This slide illustrates the land use context. Residential business planned development number 1419 was approved in September 2018, establishing multiple sub-areas to accommodate phased development. The developer has completed construction of Phase 1A and Phase 1B in sub-areas B3 and B4, and is now prepared to proceed with the next phase located in sub-area D. The surrounding zoning districts include DX-3 Downtown Mixed Use District and DS-3 Downtown Service District. The site is within working distance of the CTA Green Line Cermak Place Station and the CTA Red Line Cermak Chinatown Station. Additionally, several CTA bus routes in the area further enhance its accessibility. Now I will turn the presentation over to the applicant team to introduce the proposal.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Kidd, architect with Gensler Architects. I'll just briefly go over the site location and configuration. As shown, the yellow dot there indicates the site. It was a severely constrained site because of some existing infrastructure on the site. Phases 1A and 1B have been completed by the community builders. They are mixed-use residential buildings. Next slide. This is an overall view of the site. As we said, you can see the sort of the white tower there. That is our project site, and the 6-7-story buildings across the street have been completed. There's some future phases for some additional townhomes and some additional mid-rise buildings that will be on the site. This shows the first 2 phases of the project. Phase 1C is the project that we're talking about today, 12-story high-rise building, 80 units. This, you were going to touch on community outreach.
So Ben Andrews, project manager for the Community Builders. So Southbridge came out of a plan development response from the community stakeholders in this neighborhood, so including the Alderman's office, the City of Chicago, the CHA, as well as some local organizing groups to respond to the need to redevelop this site. So that is born out of the origin of Southbridge, and as Brian mentioned, we completed phases 1A and 1B most recently in 2021. And the CHA actually hosts a regular working group call, much more frequency earlier on, to discuss the aesthetics and the design of Southbridge, and now the design that we're bringing forward here today for 1C includes that representation and communications that we've had with stakeholders of that working group to get us here to where we're at today. So that origination has happened in the 2010s, and then most recently, starting around 2020 for 1C, the concept that we're going to be showing today, you've seen the evolution of that through that working group that includes the key stakeholders from the South Loop community.
Brian Kidd, again with Gensler Architects. This slide shows the couple different iterations of the design. The one on the very right is kind of the final design, which we then subsequently have revised through the process. So this was the original plan for the tower, which was 77 units. It was 15 stories tall, or 14 stories tall. As part of doing some bidding and some analysis of the building, we ended up removing a couple floors. Next slide. We basically removed 2 of the floors from the top of the building and reconfigured some of the penthouse as well to end up with a 12-story building, which instead of 77 units, we were able to get 80 units. We reduced the size of some of the units and reduced and changed the unit mix. We have currently 62% of the units are 1-bedroom, 25% are studios, and 12% are 3-bedroom units. This shows the site plan. The little blue dots that you see there are some existing ComEd transformers and switchgear that supply the CTA tracks just directly across the alley. We could not do anything with those items, and so we sort of constrained the footprint of the building, and this is why we ended up with this L-shaped configuration. This shows the ground floor. The red is indicating retail space, lobby spaces, and common areas are indicated in yellow. And because the site is so constrained, all the gray is basically the mechanical that we have been sort of fit into this, shoehorned really into the site, showing ComEd vaults and mechanical rooms and spaces. This is the typical floor that shows a combination of 1-bedroom units and studios and 2-bedroom unit. And then up at the top of the building, we have some common areas for and amenity areas for the building. We have a roof deck that looks north towards the downtown area. We have fitness, and we have a common lounge area, as well as some storage units for the building, for the residents. And then mechanical up on the very top of the penthouse. And then this illustrates all the different unit plans that we have in the building. These are 1-bedroom units here. Studios, another 1-bedroom, and then the 2-bedroom unit. And then these are elevations of the building. We know that having a bird-friendly building is an important thing. That's something that we're studying. This building is not a curtain wall or all glass building. It has more punched openings, which certainly helps. But we are in the process of studying what we could do on the lower 75 feet of the building that would address some of these issues. We're looking at like a frit pattern on the glass potentially, or some UV sort of coatings on the glass that would birds would be able to see, but would not obstruct the views or create a distraction inside the units. And then the north and south elevations. And then this is just a section through the building, and it would be a concrete frame building with a exterior materials of metal panels and glass. And this is just the illustrative site plan showing the landscaping. We will have some street trees and plantings along State Street, which is on the left side, and then along 23rd Street on the north side of the project. And that was it. We included a traffic study that was part of this. We don't have any parking on site. It is close to lots of different public transportation. The CTA lines runs directly behind this, and there is a CTA station very, very close to the site. And then this is just an illustration of the site plan with some tree planting areas and tree planting both on 23rd Street and along State Street. And then up at the level 2, we have some green roof trays for a 1-story portion of the building on the south side. And then up at the penthouse level, we have the landscaped amenity deck that, as I said before, faces north. And then this just illustrates some of the materials that are being used on the building. We have a little granite base at the very bottom of the building. The podium of the building for the retail areas and mechanical spaces is a darker brick. And then we have a combination of 3 different metal panels and the window system. And then regarding our sustainable development policy, this is our preliminary look at how we're achieving the sustainability requirement for the project. We're solar-ready construction for the rooftop. We'll be using native landscapes and tree health. We'll be doing air quality monitoring and then exceeding the requirements for accessible dwelling units in the building. We will have a CTA digital display. And then this will be part of Enterprise Green Communities. And like I said, we are studying some additional points for bird-friendly facade treatments. And that's it.
Again, Ben Andrews, project manager for the Community Builders. So just want to talk a little bit about the affordability component of this. As described earlier, Southbridge is a truly mixed income community trying to serve and create a vibrant community with a wide range of households. So to that end, part of Southbridge 1C will have 44 units of affordable units incorporated into it. And again, obviously all units will be on site within the building. Of those 44 units, we'll be serving households between 30% AMI all the way up into 80% AMI. So again, for a single household, roughly $23K a person, all the way up to $89,000 for a family of 4. Of those 44 affordable units, 13 will actually be set aside for households making 30% AMI. So again, trying to provide a wide band of affordability, particularly for households at the very low income threshold. And given this project is a part of the CHA redevelopment, we will have 29 units dedicated for CHA households. The total development cost as of right now is $48.9 million. Didn't talk about it before, but our proposed construction timeline is to start by end of year 2025 and then be 18 months to get us to completion, so April of 2027. We're going to have roughly 90 construction jobs, about 7 jobs afterwards. Part of that would be for staff to continue managing Southbridge, but the other half would be for actually the business creation that will happen on the commercial floor on the ground level. TCB is aligned with the city goals to provide 26% MBE as well as the 6% WBE. Frankly, our goals are actually higher that we hit at 30% MBE and would intend to do so for this project as well. And as well, we would be exceeding the 50% resident requirement from the city too.
For the record, again, my name is Yangdi Wang within DPD. DPD has reviewed the proposal submitted by the applicant and has concluded this proposed site plan review would be appropriate for the following reasons. First, the project complies with the criteria and the regulations established in Plan Development Number 1419. Second, the project will not change the character of the development in Suburb D. Third, the project will not increase the maximum permitted floor area ratio for Suburb D. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it's the recommendation of the zoning administrator that this application for the proposed site plan review be approved. DPD staff and the representatives from the applicant team are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Yangdi. We do have two speakers signed up to speak on this item. So Mr. Butler Adams, who's for the proposal, and Ms. Barbara Malloy, who doesn't specify.
Yes, again, for the record, my name is Butler Adams, and I just wanted to stay consistent because I went to one of the earlier meetings that Alderman Dow had on this whole proposal at the teacher school. It's been like 8 or 10 years ago now, and I just wanted to stay consistent. I'm liking the fact that this area is being redeveloped. I'm glad that the site is being redeveloped. My only complaint from the past was that I believe this was the site of the Ickes homes. And this new project on the whole site is only about 140 units above what was there before. So I do think that this whole area deserves a lot more density. And the fact that this area and this whole site is north of Interstate 55, this is within the expanded area of the central area. So I hope that there's a lot more density proposed in future projects around the CCA station at 22nd Street. Because that station has now been open for about 10 years and the numbers are steadily rising in terms of ridership. So that can certainly be boosted. But in terms of this project as well, I will say that I personally feel that the first iteration of the design of this project was a bit better than what I'm seeing right here, the dark brick and metal panel. But again, I am very happy that this whole area and site is being redeveloped. So thank you, developers, and thank you, Alderman, for helping push this stuff through. And I hope that you also become a little bit more progressive in terms of development in your ward, because there's still a whole lot of vacant land along the Green Line, and there's really a need to activate that whole area. So thank you. I mean, you had a big project in your area, Brownsville Lakefront, so I won't leave you out. Yes, 43 Green, which I'm in favor of too. So thank you, and Happy New Year to all of you. I have to go.
Happy New Year.
Good afternoon. To all the commissioners, developers, architects, and the leaders here who are involved in building projects in the city of Chicago. My name is Barbara Malloy, and I represent the Bird Friendly Chicago Alliance, a coalition with more than 20,000 members and supporters. I myself am a nature advocate with a belief that the city of Chicago can be made more beautiful and more vibrant when all aspects of the environment are considered in the planning and development process. So I'm here to oppose this particular plan as it does not intend to provide adequate protection for birds. And I ask the development and architecture firms to use bird-friendly design in the project. We did hear that you are considering using more bird-friendly aspects, and we did see that you have a high sustainability profile, but we asked that you could do more, especially with the bird-friendly glass on this building. So as I mentioned before, the birds die by thousands each season when they fly into residential glass. If the glass is transparent and the birds can see through, they think that they can fly through, and that is not the case. So this impacts particularly a residential building. So if you can imagine going outside on a beautiful spring morning and then seeing the carcasses of the dead birds on your walkway, you can imagine the quality of life impact that would have to the residents of the building. So while we acknowledge and appreciate the efforts that have been made so far, we do think that there's more that can be done, and we would be happy to help you to come up with some simple and cost-effective solutions to provide for the safety of the birds in our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malloy. I'll open it up to the commissioners if you guys have any questions or comments on this item. Not seeing any hands raised, no? I'll hand it over to Alderwoman Dowell.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. Thank you for slotting me in, and so I can keep my schedule today. I appreciate it. You know, this is a courtesy presentation, and I'm listening to hear feedback. I want to thank Butler Adams for his comments. I too agree about the design concern, and I would ask the commissioner if you could just have your design people take one more gander at this before we move forward. And that's it. I'm glad to see this development moving forward. You know, as you know, this is a replacement housing, transformation housing for the old Icky site, which was demolished in 2011. And so this phase is really important that we get off the ground. So I want to thank the Department of Housing and the Planning Department and the Chicago Housing Authority for their focus on this location. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any last comments or questions before we move on to the next item? Again, this is a courtesy presentation, so we won't ask for a vote. But they are here to receive our feedback. So anything? No, no, no. Okay. Well, thank you. Okay, so back to the agenda. The next item today is listed as D6, a proposed amendment to residential business plan development 1368, submitted by Sheridan Red Line Development LLC for the property generally located at 3911-3925 North Sheridan Road. The applicant proposes to amend Plan Development 1368 to add animal kennels as an allowed use. The applicant would like to allow a cat grooming and boarding facility in the ground floor retail space of the existing mixed-use building at this address. No other changes are proposed. This is item number 22626, and it's in the 46th Ward. Omar will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Omar Smailobegovic with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, Sheridan Red Line Development LLC, is here today to request approval of an amendment to Plan Development 1368, which is generally located at 3925 North Sheridan Road in Lakeview. Plan Development 1368 was approved in 2016 to allow for a mixed-use residential building with ground floor retail space, which was subsequently constructed as planned. The applicant proposes to add animal boarding kennel as an allowed use to Plan Development 1368 to allow for a cat boarding and grooming facility at this location. No other changes are proposed to the site. This site is located within the Lakeview community area, which according to the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning has a population of 101,739 people. The existing building at the intersection of North Sheridan Road and West Dakin Street is less than 200 feet from a CTA train station and is adjacent to a variety of densely developed residential, commercial, and mixed-use buildings. The site was zoned B3-5 prior to the establishment of Plan Development 1368. The plan development, as originally approved, allows for a variety of commercial uses that are also allowed in its preceding zoning district of B3-5. Animal services were allowed, but animal kennels, which were allowed with special use approval, were excluded. The site is adjacent in all directions to compatible business district zoning categories. Now I'd like to pass the presentation off to Aaron Dorsey with the applicant team to go over the details of the proposed amendment.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Flores and members of the Plan Commission. For the record, my name is Aaron Dorsey of the law firm of Dykema Gossett, 10 South Wacker Drive, Suite 2300 in Chicago, Illinois. And we represent the applicant Sheridan Red Line Development LLC. I'm also joined here today by Jim Elsman of the development team. We are here today to request an amendment to PD 1368 to add boarding services to the permitted uses within the plan development. To clarify, the applicant is only seeking this change to allow a cat grooming and boarding facility to operate on the site. The proposed facility would be for cats only, not dogs. The PD, for context, was approved on February 17th, 2017, and the building was constructed in 2021. The PD consists of a 7-story mixed-unit building with 120 residential units, 8 of which are affordable, 14 parking spaces, and ground floor retail. Here you can see the existing site plan of the building. As Omar mentioned, the site is already built out, and we are not seeking to make any changes to the bulk and density of the building, and we are not seeking to make any new construction to the building as well. The tenant space in question is located on Sheridan Road at the southwest corner of the building. And as I mentioned before, the applicant intends to lease the approximately 2,500 square feet space to a cat boarding and grooming facility. This is purely a technical amendment to allow the tenant to operate at the site. Here you can see the existing conditions of the subject site, and the tenant space in question is located on the end cap space closest on the right side of the screen. It's just another slide showing the existing pedestrian context, looking from the other direction. We would like to thank DPD staff and their assistance and review of this request, and appreciate the commissioners' consideration and time. We are available to answer any questions you may have, and I will yield back to Omar.
Again, for the record, Omar Smailobegovic from DPD. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and compared this proposal to the requirements of the Chicago zoning ordinance and the existing development in the community. Our review finds that the proposed amendment is in substantial compliance with the decision-making criteria established in the zoning ordinance, namely that the proposed additional use is in substantial compliance with the use standards of the Plan Development's preceding zoning district, that the proposal is compatible with the nature of these uses and the general character of the neighborhood. The surrounding area is characterized by a diversity of commercial uses, including in mixed-use buildings and multifamily residential buildings. Based on reviews by the Chicago Department of Transportation, Fire Department, Department of Building, Stormwater, and the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities, public infrastructure facilities and city services will continue to be adequate to serve the existing occupied development. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator that this application to amend Plan Development 1368 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. Do the commissioners have any questions or comments for the staff or the applicant on this item? Pretty straightforward one. If not, I'll hand it over to Alderwoman Clay to make a statement.
Thank you all for having me today. Really appreciate this opportunity to bring this amazing asset to our neck of the woods. The 46th Ward loves our kittens. No shade to the dog moms or dog dads in the room. But this is going to be an amazing addition to our neck of the woods that is deeply needed. So thank you all for bringing this in front, and I would appreciate your support.
Thank you. With that, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion on this item. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to Residential Business Plan Development 1368 submitted by Sheridan Red Line Development LLC for the property generally located at 3911 through 3925 North Sheridan Road, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Castañeda, and I heard one in the back. Commissioner Cadaquia with a second. Roll call vote. Commissioner Boatwright stepped out. Commissioner Brumfield, thank you. Commissioner Burnett is not back. Commissioner Castañeda, thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Cadaquia, thank you. Commissioner Lyons, thank you. Commissioner Murphy, thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro stepped out. Commissioner Reyes? Yes. Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you. Two more items. We're almost there. Two. Okay, the next item today is listed as D7, a proposed business institutional residential plan development submitted by the Black Ensemble Theater Corporation for the property generally located at 4450 North Clark Street. The applicant proposes to rezone the site from B3-3 Community Shopping District and C1-2 Neighborhood Commercial District to B3-3 Community Shopping District, and then to a business institutional residential plan development to permit the construction of a two-phased, 5-story mixed-use building, including a literacy cafe, media and technology center, performing arts center, 53 affordable dwelling units, ground floor retail and commercial space, 71 underground parking spaces, and 18 surface parking spaces. No exterior changes are proposed to the existing Black Ensemble Theater building located at 4450 North Clark Street. This is item 22180, and it's in the 46th and 47th wards. Louis Clayton will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Flores and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Louis Clayton with the Department of Planning and Development. The subject property is generally located at 4450 North Clark Street in the Uptown Community Area and the 46th and 47th wards. The applicant, the Black Ensemble Theater Corporation, and their development team are here today for the purpose of requesting approval of a planned development to permit the construction of a two-phased, 5-story mixed-use building. This request has been submitted as an elective plan development, which is optional for any multi-unit residential project with a B-3 zoning designation that includes 30 or more dwelling units. The Uptown community area has grown by 2% since 2010, outpacing the city's overall growth of 1%. Uptown has a higher percentage of white and Asian residents with a smaller percentage of Hispanic and Black residents compared to the city overall, and residents tend to be older and live in smaller households. The median household income in Uptown is lower than the city average, and 51.9% of residents have a bachelor's degree or higher, which is above city average. The subject property is 1.46 acres and comprises both sides of Clark Street, south of Sunnyside Avenue, to approximately mid-block north of Montrose Avenue to the south. The existing Black Ensemble Theater is located on the west side of Clark Street and was constructed in 2011. An existing one-story institutional building and surface parking lot is located on the east side of Clark Street. The property is designated as a transit-served location for being located within 2,640 feet of the Wilson Station on the purple and red line and the Montrose Station on the brown line, and within 1,320 feet of the number 22 Clark bus line. The surrounding area consists mainly of single-family and multifamily residential uses on adjacent streets, with industrial, commercial, and mixed-use properties along Clark Street. The surrounding zoning districts consist mainly of RS3, Residential Single Unit Detached House District, and RM5, Residential Multi-Unit District on the adjacent streets. Along Clark Street, the zoning includes B1-2 and B1-3 Neighborhood Shopping District, B3-3 Community Shopping District, and C1-2 Neighborhood Commercial District. Clark Street is designated as a pedestrian street between Montrose Avenue on the south and Bryn Mawr Avenue on the north. This is a view of the site and surrounding buildings looking north from Clark Street. The nearby buildings along Clark Street have heights ranging from 45 to 64 feet. Buildings to the east of the site range in height from 35 to 45 feet. The proposal is within the boundaries of the Clark Street Crossroads Corridor Study adopted by the Plan Commission in 2023. The study aims to guide private and public development towards a community-driven vision for a vibrant, safe, accessible, and thriving Clark Street corridor. The site is located within the South Corridor segment of the plan, which encourages developments supporting cultural, community uses, activities, and tenants. Additionally, the site on the east side of Clark Street is identified as a key development opportunity site within the corridor. At this point, I'll turn it over to Liz Butler with the applicant team to discuss the proposed plan development on the subsequent slides.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Liz Butler with the law firm of Taft, Stettinius & Hollister, located at 111 East Wacker Drive in Chicago. and our firm represents the applicant in this matter, the Black Ensemble Theater. I'm joined today by theater leadership and the development team, including Jackie Taylor, who is the president, founder, and CEO of the Black Ensemble Theater, Andrea Zopp, who is the chair of the board of directors for the theater, Alan Bell, seated over here, and Helen Schiller, both part of the board, and Chris Nesbitt, who is the vice president of planning and strategy for the Black Ensemble Theater. Gensler is the project architect, and we're joined by Scott Cadlick, Irene Erminetta, and Brian Kidd. Brian's still here? Brian's in the back. Kelsey Taylor is with us with Engage Civil, who is the project engineer, Mijay Gula of Site Design Group, who is the landscape architect for the project, and Peter Reinhofer with V3 Companies, who is our traffic consultant. The Black Ensemble Theater was founded in 1976 by Jackie Taylor, and since its inception, it has grown from a small community arts organization into a vibrant, nationally and internationally renowned arts institution. Its mission is to eradicate racism and its damaging effects on society through the arts. In 2011, BET opened the Black Ensemble Theater Cultural Center, its first permanent home, at 4450 North Clark Street in Chicago's Uptown neighborhood. That center is an anchor for arts and culture in the community, and today the applicant is before the Plan Commission seeking your favorable recommendation for the critical next phase of its ambitious vision, the Free to Be Village. This initiative encompasses the original cultural center and a new two-phased, 5-story mixed-use development. The proposed development will include a literary cafe, a media and technology center, performing arts education center, and 53 affordable artist residences. Also ground floor retail, commercial space, and 71 underground parking spaces, 18 surface parking spaces. The applicant is proposing to rezone the subject property from the B33 Community Shopping District and C12 Neighborhood Commercial District to a unified underlying B33 Community Shopping District, and then to a business institutional residential plan development. The Free to Be Village initiative will expand BET's ability to implement its mission, and it represents the realization of Jackie's visionary goal, which is to create an arts-based community that will drive the mission of eradicating racism through arts and meaningful community engagement. And with that, I'm honored to invite Jackie to say a few words about her vision for the Free to Be Village.
Is my microphone?
It is.
I stood before this city council in 2006 for the first time and asked for support of the Black Ensemble Theater. Yes, the mission of the Black Ensemble Theater is to eradicate racism. It might seem like a vast mission. However, we're going into our 48th year, and we've touched thousands of young people. We have impacted thousands in the community with our programs, and the village will expand that because it's not just a village of people. It's a village that will transform and help and communicate and bring people together on a platform of communication, support, help, and of course, that wonderful transformation that we all know exists. And that is how beautiful the arts, how effective the arts, how vitally important the arts are to all of us in joining us together as human beings.
So as you heard from Jackie, this project was conceived of many years ago and has been grounded in collaboration with local community partners, businesses, cultural institutions, government leaders, and strategic partners. The plan development process was initiated in 2023. You see the timeline for the project on this slide. The project was presented to the Committee on Design during the summer of 2023, and since that time, in close collaboration with Alderwoman Clay and her team, the theater undertook an extensive community engagement and listening process over the last handful of years, including numerous small group meetings with neighbors and several large-scale community meetings. The project that you'll hear about today is the result of that extensive community engagement process. Among the many changes that were made in response to community feedback, you'll see in this comparison image that's showing now that the project was significantly reduced in size and scale by reducing the building height. An entire floor was eliminated from each of the building components. The building footprint was revised to increase the rear setback from the public alley that abuts the subject property at the east. And building elevations were refined with slopes and step backs to minimize shadows in response to comments that we received through the community engagement process. You'll see also that crosswalks and streetscape enhancements were incorporated at the intersection of Sunnyside and Clark, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. So as a result of this process, the changes that were made to the original design, the project enjoys the support of Alderwoman Clay, who's here with us today, and I'm sure we'll make some remarks later. Countless Uptown residents, Uptown United, and the Uptown Chamber of Commerce, Beacon Street Block Club, Northside Action for Justice, the Urban Environmentalists, and many more have provided letters of support, which you hopefully received in advance of this hearing. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to the design team to walk through the project design.
For the record, I'm Scott Cadleck with Gensler Architects. It's a pleasure to speak with you and present this project this afternoon. So as Liz was mentioning, this current slide speaks to where we were and where we currently are. On the left-hand side of the screen is the Performing Arts Center and the Media Center, which has a heavily fluted louvered facade. And on the right-hand side, you see the residential building. Both of those programs are nested on top of a retail podium for context. Approximately, there's just over 23,000 square feet of performing arts and education and media and technology. There's over 14,000 square feet of retail space. And as Liz also mentioned, 53 new affordable housing units. The project is being conceived into two phases. This initial image shows the completion of phase one, of the Media Center, Performing Arts Center, and the retail being constructed as part of phase one. This image is a really great image because it shows the project in context with the neighborhood. Then the second phase comes in. That's the residential portion of the project. Again, I do appreciate this image for its context. Comparing phase one and phase two together, you see them on this slide. And then walking down from the north to the south along Clark Street, we are currently facing southeast on Clark Street on the north corner. You see the existing BET on the right-hand side. This is the proposed project, what it would look like in the future. Again, that strong articulation of the facade, creating a very prominent corner at Sunnyside and Clark. Moving a little bit further south, this is the current condition. This would be the future. You see the plaza condition with what is called a stramp, combination of a stair and ramp, leading up to the second floor terraced condition. Looking facing north, you're on the south side of the site, and this would be the new condition of the plaza. And looking at the Performing Arts Center, downward and off to the right, you see the residential. And one more image stepping back so you see it in context. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague to take us through the program, and then I'll jump back.
Hi, everybody. My name is Irene Urbaneta with Gensler Architects. So I'll speak to the next series of diagrams showing the kind of main design elements in terms of overall massing, the layouts, the program, and materiality. So you're looking at an axonometric of the lot with the existing BET building across the street and the surrounding residential area on the north, east, and south. This is the parking below grade with the access from the alley coming from Sunnyside Ave. This is a ground level, and we tried really hard to make it pedestrian friendly. They're a retail program that's sort of bookending the site on the north and the south with the cafe and other kind of F&B offering. There's lobby entries for the residential and the performing arts education center, all activated by a public plaza. And we're also showing the connection to the existing Black Ensemble Theater. On the second level here, we're highlighting kind of a strong corner presence by the Media and Technology Center, a roof terrace and amphitheater style seating connecting to the lower level plaza. Adjacent to that is the Performing Arts and Education Center. And the residential building as the third component that's coming online on the second phase of the project. So this kind of shows the organizational idea of the 3 volumes kind of with the central public plaza. So going through the plans very quickly, I'll start with the basement level, which encompasses the entire lot. The ramp is on the north side with 71 parking spots and a couple of mechanical spaces for both the residential and the performing arts and media center. Ground plan in more detail. This is along Clark Street. There's about 14,000 square foot of retail. The residential lobby is accessed from the plaza, and the lobby of the Performing Arts Center is also accessed from Clark Street. Off of the alley in the back there, we're providing about 18 spaces of parking, a shared loading dock, and an entry to the parking ramp from Sunnyside once again. This is the second level plan. The Performing Arts Building and Media Center has program of recording and editing room and flexible community spaces. The residential portion of the project also starts on level 2, and it shows a mix of 1 bedroom and 2 bedrooms. On this level, there's amenities like the community room and collaboration rooms that have direct visual and connection access to the terrace and the Performing Arts Center. The third plan for the Performing Arts Center, we're showing movement studios and classrooms and also the spaces for the staff and employee, and a typical unit mix of 1 bedroom for the residential, 1 bedroom and 2 bedrooms, I'm sorry, for the residential. So the 4th and 5th level plan, the Performing Arts Center and Media Center obviously falls off, and this is the typical unit mix for the residential. Moving on to the elevations, you start to see the kind of materiality that we're proposing. The west elevation is the main kind of corridor on Clark Street. The east elevation is what you see from the alley. This is the south and north elevation of both the residential building and the performing arts. And you can see the phase 2 is bubbled, the residential portion. And lastly, the next set of slides are sectional perspectives highlighting the main design elements, which are these horizontal and vertical fins covering the performing arts and the media center. The design language is consistent throughout with a limited palette of wood, aluminum, and glaze systems. And for the retail portion, we have retail storefront. The palette continues at the Performing Arts Center, making for a holistic composition. The ground level, we have aluminum storefront, and on the upper level is that glazed system with the fins once again. Continues still at the residential building with punched windows and introducing two-tone metal panel with wood or wood look system and aluminum storefront for the retail. I'm going to turn it back to Scott to go through the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
For the record, Scott Cadlick, Gensler Architects. This slide just speaks to our conformance with the Chicago ordinances for public spaces. Showing the location of those public spaces, the plaza condition and level 2, as well as the outdoor space for residences on level 2 as well. There's also a development on the north side of the existing BET building, which will also be developed as outdoor space. Transportation and traffic. This slide speaks to the location of the ground floor parking, as well as our location of our loading docks. We have one loading dock within the facility and one off the street, and the ramp leading down to the parking below. The project accommodates 89 parking spots in the new building. There are 43 in the existing building. We are also adding 100 bike parking spots, and there will be 12 parking spots in the existing building. In terms of loading, we have 2 new loading spots in the new building and 1 in the existing for the total of 3 parking spots. Noting that there was a traffic study completed, and we do have representation from our traffic consultant here as well. But from that traffic study, noting the minimal impact on traffic delay, the traffic impact mitigation by the transit access and using off-peak timing for the theater events, and the promotion of multimodal transportation. In terms of sustainability, we are outlining a substantial engagement with the sustainability guidelines. And this, we're at 140 points, noting also the pursuing bird-friendly glazing from the design that was presented in the louvered facade. There will be a minimal impact on birds, but we are also considering the bird-friendly glass, as well as electrification of the building, landscape and green infrastructure. Landscape and green infrastructure initiatives, public health and community benefit initiatives under the sustainability guidelines, stormwater, transportation, waste, and water, totaling for 140 points. In terms of stormwater compliance, we are proposing an underground stormwater detention tank on the east side of the site, and we are also integrating strategies to mitigate stormwater through permeable pavers, green roofs, and infiltration basins. Noting we are in compliance with the stormwater management regulations. I'll turn it over to Liz.
Thanks, Scott. Again, Liz Butler with Taft Law. In terms of ARO compliance, the project will exceed the requirements of the ARO because all of the units will be affordable, likely affordable to households earning 60% of the area median income or a weighted average of 60%. The village will establish a cultural, experiential, and entertainment destination that will catalyze economic development, job creation, affordable housing, and an enhanced pedestrian experience at this intersection. The initiative will elevate Clark Street into a cultural corridor and aims to serve as a global model for engaged community development through the arts. The economic impact of the project is substantial. Phase 1 is anticipated to generate 200 construction jobs and 150 permanent jobs with a projected budget of $54.3 million. Phase 2 has an estimated budget of $22 million and is expected to create an additional 200 temporary construction jobs. The project is committed to meeting or exceeding 26% MBE and 6% WBE participation rates. And on behalf of the development team, we're very grateful for the support and leadership of Alderwoman Clay and her team, as well as the Department of Planning and Development, whose collaboration has helped to shape this project over the last few years. Thank you to the Commission for your attention, and that concludes our presentation. Our team is available to answer any questions that you might have, and we respectfully request your favorable recommendation of this proposed plan development. So I'll turn it back to Louis to wrap up.
Again, for the record, Louis Clayton with DPD. DPD has reviewed the proposal and concluded that it is appropriate for the site and meets the criteria set forth in the Chicago zoning ordinance, and its adoption will not have any adverse impacts on the public's health, safety, or welfare. Specifically, the proposal has been thoroughly reviewed by multiple city agencies, aligns with its B3-3 zoning designation, and will not negatively impact nearby developments. It supports economically beneficial development patterns that complement the character of the surrounding neighborhood and nearby properties. The proposal provides amenities suited to the scale and nature of the project, while allowing flexibility in use, bulk, and development standards to encourage creative and high-quality design. It meets all relevant standards and guidelines, is compatible with the area in terms of use, density, and building scale, and is supported by adequate public infrastructure and city services. Please refer to my staff reports for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application for the Business Institutional Residential Plan Development be approved, and that the recommendation to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards be passage recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. We do have 3 speakers signed up to speak on this item. First, we have Mary Kay Wisham, followed by Don Stakowitz and Jamie Sculo. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Mary Kate Weisham. I'm a resident of the block 4434 North Dover. Our right middle of the block is a 4-unit condo building. The proposed development where we are in relationship to that would be opposite the 18 surface parking spots and the residential building. I want to address or enhance, colorize the traffic report. Want to talk about the impact of putting 89 new parking spots on our alley as well as the loading dock. Currently, the issues with our alley are thus. We are bordered by Montrose and Sunnyside. Montrose, as we all know, gives us access to Lakeshore Drive. It is a very busy summer thoroughfare for traffic going out to the beaches. Sunnyside, interestingly enough, has become increasingly busy. And we see what happens is people do not want to be blocked by the traffic light that's at Montrose and Clark. So they will use either our alley as an alternate, so it becomes an alternate street to bypass that lot and head north or southbound, depending, you can go both ways. Also, the issue with Montrose is as traffic has increased, we cannot use it as a way to leave the alley because we have buildings that blind that spot going out from the alley to Montrose. And you are always entering into traffic. If you're heading west, you turn right, you have to get people to let you in. If you turn left, you have to have people let you in 2 lanes of traffic. So there's been more and more pressure put on the Sunnyside, and that's where this parking is going to be focused. We're concerned that there is no alternative for this traffic to leave our alley. Currently, we do have another outlet, which is Clark Street. There is a parking lot that was part of the Japanese American Service Committee development that we saw on the slides that would allow cars to leave the alley and go to Clark. But of course, as the development is designed, there is no access to Clark. We understand it's designated pedestrian thoroughfare, so we know there is an issue about that, but we're very much concerned of really we're creating our alley, really taking the place of a street by putting so much additional parking in a very focused spot on the Sunnyside part. So we just ask that the parking be reviewed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Dawn Stackowitz. I live in the sister building by Mary Kay on the 4400 block of North Dover Street. First, we want to say that we do approve this project going forward. Jackie has come to our neighborhood. She's made changes, as you've seen in the presentation, to the development that's happening. We're really excited to have this in our neighborhood. No matter who the entity would be putting this project up, we'd have these few concerns. The concern that Mary Kay mentioned with parking and traffic coming out on Sunnyside and the additional spots. Parking, yes, is wonderful, and we're happy to have that additional parking with the new development, but it does put a really big strain on our alley. 2 or 3 other issues that, I shouldn't say issues, concerns that we have is the setback has been honored for part of the residential building for 30 feet, but it then goes down to 12 feet as the angle of the front of the building goes back towards the alley. Clark Street with the development has honored the concept of 30 feet setback along the other developments that have been put up in the, I think, 4 to 6 blocks going north of Montrose. And that is the request that we're having to make sure that the residential building stays at the 30-foot setback. The third issue, and we put a petition together that was presented and is in part of the packet, is the structural support of our buildings in the neighborhood. When our alley was made green in 2012 or 2013, about that time frame, there was a hard stop put on the project about a quarter or third of the way into the alley alone because the land was washing away as they were starting to build. It was a 3 to 6 month hold on finishing our alley because they needed to re-engineer what was happening. It is a concern for our buildings and our structures across the alley. Some of them were built in 1905, 1906. They're older, to make sure that we have the shoring and the structural support when digging underground is going to be happening for this large development. And the other concern that we have is sewer and water. There's going to be significantly more residential units, commercial units, retail space. Yes, it has been addressed about the stormwater reservoir, but the additional 53 units and sewer and water, is that going to be able to accommodate what is existing already in our neighborhood with the structure that is there? The neighbors are, again, we must say, Jackie, we're really in support of your project. We're really excited for it to come. We have really appreciated all the meetings that you've had and the comments and our concerns that we brought forward to you. But these are still 3 or 4 large concerns that the neighbors have going forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jamie Shulo. I represent the Bird Friendly Chicago Alliance, a coalition with more than 20,000 members and supporters. I'm also a volunteer with Chicago Bird Collision Monitors, a conservation project dedicated to the protection of migratory birds through rescue, advocacy, and outreach. I'm here to support the plan for the Free to Be Village at 4427 North Clark, incorporating bird-friendly glass on curtain walls, guardrails, and all other windows is crucial for the protection of migratory birds, and we're pleased to see that Gensler's plan includes bird-friendly glass and a louvered facade as a sustainable development policy strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open it up to the commissioners. Do any of you have any questions or comments for the staff or the applicant on this item? Yes,
Yeah.
Commissioner Burnett?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I just want to commend my colleague, Alderman Clay. You know, first term alderman working on such a big project. I know as soon as she got in, she started working on this, heard about it and started working on it and carried it through. So I'm very proud of you. This is a great project. You good to have some sharp people. Of course, Jackie is too, working with you, like Helen Schiller. I'm sure that's where a lot of the affordable housing things came in at. That's where I got all of my affordable housing ideas from. Seeing Helen being so aggressive as an alderman with affordable housing on the north side. And also you have our former deputy mayor who have worked on projects citywide and looked at projects nationally. Jackie, you got a great team, man, you know, working with you. And of course, Jackie Taylor is one of my homegirls from Cabrini Green, Cooley High, who went to Cooley High and played in Cooley High. I don't know if y'all remember her from Cooley High. Jackie played in Cooley High. And I'm so proud to say that we're associated from the neighborhood where you took your acting career from being in Cooley High and created artists from the neighborhood. Matter of fact, there's still some other homies from the neighborhood performing with you. How's Rick Stone doing? He good? Yeah, still people from the neighborhood performing with you. And you want to take this on another level to help other young people to grow in this industry. I think that's fantastic. I know, and we've talked some time ago, I think it was probably the last time I was at your place seeing a play with my wife, and you was talking about how you don't want people to just learn how to act. You want them to learn everything that goes on in the theater. And I think that's fantastic that you're building a space for folks to be able to learn, because there's a lot of us, African Americans and minorities, that sleep on those type of jobs. And we have a lot of creative young people out here, if they get the opportunity to understand that they can make money in being creative like they are, that they would do it. So I want to commend you for, you know, doing this and also taking it to another level, because you know, you always hear this the phrase starving artists, right? Artists. I have a granddaughter who's a thespian. She's doing commercials and stuff like that, and she had to have all types of other jobs in order to, but she's really concerned about her acting career, and she had to have all types of other jobs to be able to sustain herself, because you know, you get ones and twos in the acting career, and then you have to do something else. Some folks waiting tables and doing a lot of other things, which means that they're not making a lot of money until they get that big break like Cooley High and other things like that, right? And for you to think about that and build affordable housing for folks who may be in that industry, I think is fantastic. You know, this neighborhood is, you know, a very diverse neighborhood, have been for a long time. Sunnyside back in the day used to be a little rough a long time ago. I remember that, Jackie, when we was growing up. And it has evolved, but it has evolved to be a community that really calls for a lot more density. What you're building over here is not dense. You know, it's mediocre. And when I say mediocre, I shouldn't say mediocre. I said that earlier about Gibson's. I didn't mean mediocre. I mean less expensive at that time. But it's you know, it's an area where it can handle a lot more density. Of course, the north side has always been an area where traffic has always been an issue, because people are attracted to the north side because of the diversity of the north side. The north side just have everybody, you know, from every walk of life working there, living there. And so folks just love to live over there, and it's always been diverse. And so people are attracted to it and want to live there. And so you always have a lot of parking and traffic, and I'm glad to see you putting parking in, because parking is one of the challenges that you have on the north side, because there's not enough parking in the area, because it's so dense, because people want to live there. So I just think this is a wonderful project, very comprehensive, holistic. I think it's great. I know that these smart ladies that you have with you on your team, and I'm sure you got some guys too, but I know he pointed in. And you all did a good job on the architecture. It's beautiful. The outside space is very nice. I can see you doing a lot of speeches out there, fundraisers and a whole bunch of other things for your development. I can imagine. I can just see you doing it there. I think this is great. I mean, I am so impressed, so proud of you. I know you may be a few years older than me, but I'm still proud of you. Proud to say that, we come from the same community and come from the project. So keep doing what you're doing. I think this is great, and I support this 100%. Congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Boatright?
Echo Vice Mayor's comment. This is an incredible project. It's beautiful. The design is absolutely beautiful. 2 questions for you. First question is around just timing for the first phase. If you can share when you foresee the first phase getting started, groundbreaking in particular. And then if someone from your team, your traffic consultant, and maybe even CDOT can kind of weigh in on a couple of the issues that were raised, specifically around traffic, the alley, and additional traffic. And I mean, you guys as a development team certainly can chime in on the importance of having the parking on site, but it would be good to just respond to some of the comments that were raised around the traffic.
To speak to the timing issue, I'm Chris Nesbitt. To speak to the timing issue, we are about to launch our capital campaign. And as that progresses, then we would be able to begin looking at setting the groundbreaking date, hopefully within the next maybe 24 months. And then I think we're looking at about a 18-month construction timeline, something along those lines for phase 1. Yes, the feasibility study for the capital campaign is completed, and we have the plans are all laid out. It's really just a matter of launching. So the feasibility study was a 10 to 15 million for the capital campaign.
So I'm going to ask our traffic engineer to address some of the traffic impact topics, but really quickly, I want to mention that this body adopted the Crossroads Corridor Study, and the property is a transit served location that is subject to the Connected Communities Ordinance, which prohibits new curb cuts on Clark or Sunnyside. So traffic access to the parking garage is required by the zoning ordinance to occur through the alley. So we're complying with both adopted Plan Commission plans as well as the zoning ordinance. So I'm going to turn it over to Peter to address the traffic impact study that was undertaken.
Good afternoon, Peter Reinhofer with V3 Companies. We were along with Fish Transportation Group, we were the traffic engineers for the proposed site. We did conduct a full traffic impact study of Clark Street. Liz kind of stole some of my thunder with the access to the parking garage being required off of the alley. Clark Street is also a pedestrian street, so the idea was to close off the existing curb cut from the parking lot that currently accesses Clark Street through our site from the current occupant of the building, because we really wanted to limit the amount of potential pedestrian vehicle conflicts, as well as bicycle vehicle conflicts along Clark Street. Clark Street is currently provides sharrows for mixed traffic and bike lanes. The Crossroads project does recommend looking at putting in protected bike lanes along Clark Street. Removing that driveway would remove any potential for bicycle vehicle conflict points along that corridor. We're still working through the specifics of the parking plan for the overall site, whether it's going to be for the retail, for the residents, how we're going to work on that. We will, we'd be happy to work with the local neighbors and come up with a plan that will minimize impacts to their operations for their residential buildings. And obviously we want to be good neighbors and don't want to create any impacts along the alley.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Okay, not seeing any hands raised. Alderwoman Clay, would you like to make a statement?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I want to just first start off with a really big heart full of gratitude. This project embodies the 46th Ward. And if you know anything about the 46th Ward, you know we have been a home and a refuge for everyone. Artists, single mothers, families, you name it. And this piece literally brings all of that together. So I want to say thank you so much to the Black Ensemble Theater for one, putting this vision in front of the world and letting us get behind you. I really want to say thank you to DPD because your help and your insight into a project for a first-time alder like myself has been amazing. So thank you for walking us through every step of the way. Thank you for making sure that we were over communicating with neighbors. Something that was really powerful for me was to make sure that our neighbors were heard. And so I want to say thank you to the neighbors that even showed up today and took time out of their busy schedules to come and make sure that they bring these issues to the table so that we can continue to work towards a solution for everyone. This is an exciting opportunity, you all, as people think about the north side. They sometimes don't include that we have folks from everywhere coming to our neighborhood who need affordability. And this affordable housing will continue to attract neighbors, but it will also build into the community that we have. The cultural piece, the educational piece, the retail components are all a communal anchor, right? That is going to continue to flourish in our neck of the woods. It also just speaks to a really deep mission that BET brings, which is to eradicate racism, right? Which I think is really special. I think in this time that we're all facing together, it is something that we need to harbor and that we need to build more of. So thank you for having a mission that improves the entire city of Chicago, especially in our neck of the woods. As the presentation started, you heard about our extensive community outreach. We flyered neighbors nearby. We made sure that we had 3 extensive community meetings. From those community meetings, you saw that the real changes were taken back and amended. And so this is how we've gotten to this project. It has been extremely collaborative from our community with the developers and the design team. So thank you so much for having the patience to listen through everyone's concerns and actually take that feedback back. We are really excited that we've gotten support from neighbors nearby, including the local chamber and including local organizations who are in reach of where this BET Village will be. The Black Ensemble Theater sits in the 47th Ward. I get to claim this officially in the 46th Ward, even though we're just across the street from each other. But the corner that these 2 properties sit on is really important to our neck of the woods because Clark Street has seen a lot of change in the last 10 years. And so as we're reimagining it, this is a beautiful, like I said, anchor to just evolve the entire stretch of Clark in the 46th and 47th wards. So I know we are really excited. We are deeply committed to making sure that the concerns of our neighbors are heard and followed through. Like you heard, we have some pretty historic buildings in our neck of the woods, and I'm extremely proud of, that I want to make sure that they are protected at all costs as we continue to build up in our neck of the woods. So please make sure that we continue to keep these open dialogues, make sure that we are listening to our neighbors, and that we are building beautiful, affordable housing in the 46th Ward. So I would really appreciate your support on this project.
Thank you, Alder. Any other last minute comments or questions before I ask for a motion on this item? Yes?
So I'm still waiting to get in one of those plays, Jackie. Okay. Okay.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing any other hands go up. We're excited about this one for sure. Do I have a motion on a proposed business institutional residential plan development submitted by the Black Ensemble Theater Corporation for the property generally located at 4450 North Clark Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Boatright. Do I have a second? Thank you. Commissioner Tillman, roll call vote. Commissioner Boatright? Yes. Thank you. I do have a recusal from Commissioner Brumfield on this one. Commissioner Burnett? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda? Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. I have a proxy vote from Commissioner Cadaquia, a yes for this one. Commissioner Lyons? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Did I miss anybody? I think I did. Okay. Motion passes. Thank you. Oh, we are, where, what do you mean? Oh, did you miss? What round? This one, the 3911 Sheridan. Yeah. Okay. Last item. Okay. Last item today is listed as D9, an informational presentation on the ongoing work for the Broadway Land Use Framework. This framework plan will cover land use, development, and zoning recommendations for Broadway between Montrose and Devon in Edgewater and Uptown. This effort builds upon other recent planning efforts along Broadway and intends to align expectations for future development with community goals. This is in the 46th and 47th wards and also 48th wards. Catherine Hurd will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good afternoon, Catherine Hurd from the Department of Planning and Development. I am a planner with the North Region at DPD. And I am here to give an informational presentation. So this is a preview of work that is ongoing in Edgewater and Uptown along the Broadway corridor. This is supposed to be a very brief presentation because, again, the recommendations are still in draft form. We're still receiving feedback. We will come back later to request adoption of the recommendations. So that is why we're just going to breeze through it. And I know it's been a long day. So we are looking at Broadway between Montrose and Devon, which is about 2.5, a little bit more than that, miles of the corridor of Broadway. So the goals are wanting to have a more consistent and transparent set of expectations for development. Right now, there is a patchwork of different zoning districts. There's a lot of uncertainty about the future of development on Broadway. And so being able to have a more consistent, transparent approach is the goal here, as well as the fact that there is the Red Purple Line modernization work that is currently going on, wanting to set us up for having equitable transit-oriented development near these major transportation investments. There is as well a lot of demand for housing in the area, especially affordable housing. and that many of the small businesses have been struggling from both the pandemic as well, which everybody was dealing with, as well as the red purple line construction that was happening at the same time and has been ongoing for years. So there really is a need to bring a little bit more life to this corridor. So the ultimate product that we'll be requesting for adoption when we come back is this land use framework, which is essentially a map that provides clear expectations for different segments of the corridor that identifies preferred uses, density levels, and zoning districts that may be appropriate for different segments of the corridor. The way that we plan to use this is in evaluating future development, so everything is clear with the residents, with developers, with elected officials, with the departments. We all know what to expect going into conversations about development. This includes some of the sites that will now be available now that CTA is starting to wrap up their construction work. There are 5 sites that 4 that CTA owns, 1 that the city owns that will become available for redevelopment when CTA is complete with their construction. So we're expecting redevelopment on those sites to start in late 2026, early 2027. And so this is also setting us up to be able to be ready for those projects to move forward and put them back into productive use. The other piece of this is there are zoning recommendations, which will follow up afterwards. So that is a separate process that will be introduced as an ordinance and go through the normal legislative process. There are recommendations in here, but the actual zoning is a separate implementation step afterwards. So we are working in the community with a few different partners. There's the Department of Planning, the Department of Housing, the Dynamic Duo, as well as 3 wards, 46, 47, and 48. We are also working with the local business organizations, Uptown United and Edgewater Chamber of Commerce. So we've been working together for several months now to develop the process, make sure we're really thorough with the outreach, and making sure we're getting the right voices to the table. So this project in earnest started last year, mid-year, but it was not by any means the first time that people were talking about the vision for Broadway in these neighborhoods. There has been quite a lot of visioning work that's happened in these neighborhoods for the Broadway corridor over several years. And so what this team did is build upon the values, priorities, goals, ideas in that work, glean out what we could on the development aspects of it and try to translate into something that we can start to implement. So that's why we're on this sort of short timeline coming up with a pretty restricted scope of just this land use framework and land use development recommendations rather than having a more comprehensive scope. Not that transportation and public realm and other things aren't important. It's just that those are happening in parallel. We're just focusing right now. The DPD team is focusing right now on the planning and development aspects. So we started in the summer with summarizing those plans and doing some existing conditions analysis, demographic analysis, and then started the outreach in the fall where we've had 2 open houses. The first was in October, and then we had a follow-up open house in December where we shared preliminary recommendations. What I'm going to show today is what we presented in December. And then we will be having later this month on the 30th an information session to really do a deep dive into those recommendations. We are still accepting feedback until February 6th, so a week after that information session. So the goals behind all of this, which is really the main thing that I want to focus on today, because we're not going to have time to do a deep dive of the recommendations, is the first one being very important about improving neighborhood housing affordability. There is quite a lot of housing demand in this area. Housing prices have been escalating. That has led to some demographic changes of significantly reduced population of non-white residents, as well as a significant increase in median income in the area. We also talked a lot about local businesses. As I mentioned before, some of the existing businesses have really struggled through both the pandemic as well as the construction, but also with different sort of unclear expectations for business regulations. That's also been a challenge. So this is another way that we can try to streamline things, make things more transparent and clear, easier for small businesses and local businesses to open and stay open on the corridor. Finally, having a more livable environment was another community goal. So having more transit-oriented development, having more amenities close by that are walkable, and trying to really activate the ground floor along the corridor. And so all of that culminates in trying to right-size our approvals processes, try to make it more clear, transparent, streamlined for everyone, including the city. So this is the land use framework that we translated those recommendations, the priorities, the goals, the vision into a land use framework, which is broken down into 4 land use types. And so each segment of the corridor is then put into one of those 4 land use types. The stars on here represent the 5 sites that are going to become available when CTA is complete with their red purple line modernization. So those are future relatively near-term redevelopment sites. So the 4 districts include basically 2 components. One is the ground floor use. So there are districts that recommend some limited residential on the ground floor. You know, should it be designed in a way that's still pedestrian friendly and creating to a vibrant ground floor. And then the other more concentrated commercial areas of the corridor would be more sustained ground floor commercial. And then the other aspect of it is levels of density. So for example, in Uptown, where there's already a lot more density, we would expect to see buildings probably 6+ stories. And then when we're looking further north on the corridor, we expect to see still, you know, reasonable transit-oriented development, but, you know, possibly, 4 or 5+ stories there. Right now, as I mentioned, the existing zoning is kind of a patchwork, and so it's not as consistent as we would think with having a land use framework. So we've taken a look at that. We've evaluated all the existing businesses there, tried to look at what zoning recommendations could look like to make it easier for businesses that are there today and minimize negative impacts on businesses there today and in the future. And so the proposed zoning really breaks down into 3 primary districts. And I don't want to get into like all the details in that unless you really want me to, but essentially the C1 district we're proposing for the Uptown area where there's more entertainment uses as well as personal services uses. And then north of there, B35 is the primary district that's being recommended with a small area of B25 where there's some existing ground floor residential. So if you want, I can answer more questions about that, but also just want to mention that this material is on our website at chicago.gov/Broadway. We will have an information session in 2 weeks on the 30th, and that our feedback is still open until the 6th of February. And then we plan to come back to request adoption for the final recommendations after that.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the commissioners? I know I got a briefing yesterday, so.
Great
Anything?
presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The comment, just great work with the team that's leading this work and just the level of engagement, the level of engagement that they're doing with communities and with the auditors that this touches is really impressive. I mean, this is that proactive work that we want to see that really supports, development and attracts development in a thoughtful way. So just kudos to Catherine and the team for all their hard work, their diligence, their authentic engagement with communities and with the communities that are impacted in a positive way, and then working with those auditors. So obviously more to come. You already heard that from Catherine, but this is really good work. I just want to acknowledge it.
Commissioner?
Yeah. So this don't mean that you're doing zoning changes in all these areas, does it?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Are these, these
Yeah.
are gonna be zoning changes?
Yes. So we will
Yeah.
come back to request adoption of the land use framework. And then after that,
I'm just thinking about my committee and sending out notices and where the money gonna come from.
oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
So we have a solution for to get the addresses, without having to pay a title company for that. So it's more on the postage. So we can have more conversations about that. But yes, we did this for Western for more properties. And it was a little bit rougher because we'd never done it before, but we learned some things to make it easier and cheaper this time around.
You saying it's gonna come out of your budget?
He didn't say that. He didn't say any of that. They're
That's
working
above my
on
pay
it. They're
grade.
still working on it.
Okay.
I just want to say that I noticed that the timeline for the study was pretty short.
Yeah.
So it's getting very efficient the way that, you know, you guys are working on these plans, which take a lot of work. So thank you for that.
I also want to mention that this is done entirely in-house with our own
Yeah.
planning team, no consultants.
Yeah.
Thank you. And the reason that it's so short is because there had already been so much visioning in the community already. So, we have, you know, a debt that we owe to the folks that did all that visioning
Ahead of-
previously. So it's not like we were starting from zero. It wouldn't have been possible without that prior work, for sure.
Well, thank you again. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Commissioner Brumfield?
I do appreciate you making that last comment because even as a consultant who loves working with DPD, I think these are the efforts that DPD should absolutely be leading. So kudos to you, of course, the commissioner, for actually leading the charge on these efforts because this is where DPD does need to be out in front and actually owning it. So
Thank you. Yeah, we're trying to be as efficient as possible with the minimal resources that we have and really move on some things that we have the ability to control. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Commissioner Reyes, yeah.
I just want to add to that because I think it's important to commend you because you're giving us your face now, right? So, but I know you represent a group of people in working with the community, but the sense of ownership and commitment that I sense from you, I truly appreciate that.
I also want to commend Danielle Kreider in the corner, my partner in crime. That's
Great
the whole
job.
North Region team right now.
Thank you. Anything else? No, are we ready to go home? Okay.
Long day.
Yes, so this was an informational presentation, so there's no vote necessary. You want to say something now?
Real quick, I just add, Chairwoman, for the benefit of the other members who are here,
Yeah.
you got the briefing the other day, but, this is the start of a new process the department would be doing with these plans, and our intention is to come earlier after we started the engagement to get the
Yeah.
plan commissioners on board and in the know earlier in the process
Get
rather
more
than lumping
feedback.
them together at the
Yeah.
end. Yep.
That makes sense. Okay, well, with that, I'll ask for a vote on adjourning. Commissioner Boatright? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Burnett, I think already left. Castañeda already left, okay. Flores, yes. Commissioner Lyons? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Thank you for sticking around. See you next month. Oh, I need my microphone. This concludes this month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission. And the time is 3:09. Thank you.